Sandboxes and Economic Zones. We're proud to co-produce this event with Rio. Today we'll discuss economic development with a panel of experts from around the world. Special thanks to Stuart Humphreys. Special thanks to Flux. Special thanks to the GBBC and also to the GBA. To learn more, visit bli.tools. All right, everyone, we have the amazing co-production, visionary support, and insights from the Rio team. We have Lonnie and Anthony, who will be giving today's keynote address and follow-up summary of today's panel discussions. Rio has built a compliant and successful blockchain-based payment system and broader tools that have really ignited users in Japan. Flux is the AI tool we've all been waiting for. It's private, your data's secured, and it's fully extendable. It's enterprise and personal level AI that is next generation. And it's been a helpful part of producing this summit. So let's get started with the show.
Hi, everyone. We are so excited to be kicking off our fourth global summit on sandboxes, SROs, and economic zones. For those that might not know me, my name is Jackie Cooper, and I am the CEO of the Blockchain Legal Institute, and we are super excited to be here, and I'm with my co-founder, Matt Rogers. How are you doing today, Matt?
Good morning from the West Coast. I'm good, excited about today's program. Lots of good guests.
We definitely do. We definitely do. And we're going to kick it off today with a keynote from all the way from Japan. And Lonnie Dizon is going to be our keynote. I'm going to be bringing her on to the stage in just a second. And we met in Toronto when we were at a conference, and we found a lot of synergy together in terms of our beliefs of supporting the education and the community within our blockchain world. And I know that Lonnie has been within this space for many years, and she's dedicated to bringing forth an ecosystem that is both compliant as well as consumer friendly. Lonnie, I know you're kicking us off with the keynote. How are you doing today?
I'm doing wonderful and really happy to be here. Thank you.
Yeah. So what insights can you share? I know that within the many years that you've been in this space, you've seen a lot of change that's happened. And you are also actually, working around the globe in a lot of different communities, dealing with different compliances, dealing with the economics. What do you see happening in our community?
Well, first, I want to say hello to everybody. And again, thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Matt. It's truly an honor for Rio Digital to be a global strategic partner with the Blockchain Legal Institute. And, like you said, our missions align very, very closely, and we're very dedicated to collaborating for progress, real progress in this space. And we're thrilled to co-host this global summit. I appreciate BLI's dedication to leading important discussions in the Web3 regulatory space and making them accessible, especially to an online global audience for greater reach and accessibility. What I would like to do is share a little bit of history so that you can understand more about our, what we've done here in Japan and with the Rio Digital Project. I and Anthony Diaz, the founder and chairman of Rio Digital, have been partners for over 3 decades. And being we were the founders of various companies in various industries globally, from entrepreneurial opportunities to the film industry and now the blockchain space. And our main hub is Japan. And this is where we've been building businesses for over 30 years. And our first 24 years was dedicated to the wellness industry. So back in the 90s, we developed a line of nutritional and skincare products in the USA. And although there was significant demand in Japan, there was ingredients in our formulas that were not recognized or approved for import to Japan. So Japan has the most stringent regulations when it comes to supplements and consumer protection in the world. And so other companies were going through the same obstacles for years, and many of them chose to modify their products for the Japanese market to be pretty much less effective versions just so they can get them approved, so that they could, so what they were doing is they were selling products in USA and having different sets of ingredients in products that they were sending over to Japan consumers. Anthony and I were not willing to jeopardize utility, quality, and integrity of our formulas. We wanted them to be universal. So what we did is we collaborated with the Japanese Ministry of Health to gain approval for our USA made products for sale within Japan. And this was very challenging, going back and forth. The process was very pioneering and eventually led to the approval of numerous ingredients, the approval of our products and numerous ingredients through educating the Ministry of Health and setting precedent for so many other companies and the nutrition industry. So that allowed us to grow a thriving consumer and affiliate base of hundreds of thousands of people. And over the years, we've continually passed more ingredients, which ushered in new standards for the wellness industry. And this is a valuable experience that taught us that strict regulatory frameworks can still foster innovation. And so our journey took a pivotal turn in 2011 when we discovered Bitcoin and the blockchain space. And we immediately understood the transformative potential because we not only empower wellness, but autonomy to our large community of affiliates. But in 2011, the absence of clear regulations led to a lot of challenges, as you know. And there was a critical need for structured frameworks instead of being anonymous. We knew that there needed to be a shift to privacy, transparency, and compliance. And that was vital to eventually reach mass adoption. So while many others viewed regulation as a hindrance and chose less structured environments to operate in, we had a long-term foundation in mind, and we chose Japan, a nation renowned for its stringent consumer protection and one of the most stringent blockchain environments. So this led to the creation of the Rio project in Japan in 2017. And we revived the name Rio, which is Japan's original gold unit from the 1500s, and created a rebirth for the digital age, dedicating it to Japanese values and symbolizing honor, responsibility, and trust. And what we did is we built on our regulatory experience that we had with the Japanese Ministry of Health, and we applied the same proactive approach with blockchain. We viewed regulation not as a barrier, but as a foundation for trust, security, and the best pathway to achieve global adoption. And so our approach prioritized a critical balance. And to us, balance is so important. The balance was between technology, compliance, and usability. So there's been a significant amount of advancement in regulation, as we all know, in technology and in regulation, but not enough on simplicity for ease of use for anyone. And as we all know, lack of daily usability is still a major challenge today, even after Bitcoin's inception 15 years ago and all the progress that's happened since. All three pillars are critical, like a tripod for a stronger foundation. So what we did is we started building the project within Japan and placed a strong focus on this balanced foundation towards mass adoption. And to achieve this, we developed an innovative ecosystem that features a user-friendly digital wallet, an e-commerce platform, and Japan's first and only FSA licensed crypto ATM network that seamlessly all integrates together. And we've also invested in crypto education for years, building a multi-generational community of individuals from their 20s all the way up to their 80s. And we've done this because it's designed for inclusion without needing to understand the underlying technology, and because that just creates complication for users. Our goal is simplicity for everyone and achieving real-world usability. And to ensure transparency, we voluntarily engage with CertiK. CertiK is a pioneer in the blockchain technology. They specialize in verifying blockchain protocols, smart contracts, and conducting KYC. And we achieve Tier 1 status and bronze certification, which helps us with community trust. Now, in regards to Japan's regulatory leadership with SROs and sandboxes, Japan has been a pioneer, no doubt, in cryptocurrency regulation. They proactively establish frameworks to ensure industry integrity and consumer protection. Now, in April 2018, the Japan Virtual Currency Exchange Association, JVCEA, was formed by over a dozen licensed cryptocurrency exchanges. And this is a self-regulated organization, an SRO, that operates under the oversight of the Financial Services Agency, of the FSA. So with the authority, they have the authority to create and enforce industry standards. And the JVCEA comprises of top exchange executives that ensures that members adhere to critical and professional benchmarks. So this structure allows crypto operators who are actively involved in client services to develop regulatory frameworks based on real world experience and circumstances, which is a huge positive. So this balances very strict oversight with operational flexibility. And also the FSA licensed crypto ATM network that I mentioned earlier, which is part of our ecosystem, is also a member of the JVCEA. And so unlike top-down regulatory enforcement that's seen in many countries, this model allows businesses to innovate with clear and established guidelines while prioritizing consumer protection. Also, a quick example of how stringent Japan's regulatory environment is there's over 20,000 cryptocurrencies globally, but still only a few dozen are approved in Japan across multiple exchanges due to the rigorous approval process. And so Japan has embraced also regulatory sandboxes as controlled environments where projects can test and refine their innovations under regulatory supervision before full implementation. But Japan also takes a more cautious and risk-averse approach than sandboxes in other countries that have sandboxes. So, of course, this is not intended to hinder growth, but to prioritize consumer protection and safety above all. Because the regulators also closely monitor global developments to guide their policy decisions, and Japan's commitment to SROs and sandboxes really help balance innovation, but still within very stringent and regulatory oversight to ensure the cryptocurrency and blockchain environment is secure and trustworthy, because they want to really raise that level of standard globally. In regards to economic zones, Japan has established special economic zones, SEZs, in 4 regions, in Tokyo, Osaka, Fukuoka, and Sapporo. And they did this with the goal of fostering innovation and attracting pioneer industries like blockchain enterprises. And these zones are starting to offer regulatory flexibility, incentives, and tax reforms to create a supportive environment for companies to thrive. In fact, the Japan FSA is considering lowering the taxes on for crypto investors from as high as 55% to around 20% to align with the stock market capital gains taxes. So they're really hoping to make the Japanese market more attractive to both individual and institutional investors. And so has these efforts helped to set global standards? Yes, I believe so. Japan's regulatory framework and initiatives like what Rio has undertaken serves as a great blueprint, an ethical standard for the global blockchain industry, especially in building initiatives responsibly. And this proves that strict compliance and innovation can coexist. Of course, our story, our Rio story from Japan, is just one out of many, many endeavors that are striving to set new global standards for real world adoption. And all of us are on this summit that are participating are contributing to a significant paradigm shift. And we're all pioneering a more inclusive and decentralized future in Web3. With our strategic partnership with BLI, we aim to advance this space even further. And we're really excited to continue to do that and for changes that are going to be made in 2025. So I want to thank you for allowing me to share my experiences and insights as your keynote speaker today. And I anticipate hearing a lot more valuable perspectives from the esteemed industry leaders that are participating in this summit. So again, thank you all for your dedication to shaping the future of blockchain. And I'll hand it back to you, Jackie.
We really appreciate the overview that you've given in terms of both your journey as well as what is developing in Japan, because it's amazing the diversity of using all the different models within a community, you know, from the SRO side to the economic zones to the sandbox mentality. And, you know, again, during the summer, we're going to see that other communities are similar but different in terms of how they've approached it. Have you, from your experience in working within the Japan model, you're global. So you're experiencing that as well in other communities.
Absolutely,
any
yes.
other trends that you've seen as we're waiting for our other speakers to hop on?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't hear the last part.
So any other trends that you've seen within the other communities that you've worked with?
Yes, well, as far as the trends are concerned, well, you know, I think the trends that we've seen is people are always trying to, you know, people are talking about adoption, and everyone wants adoption, but a lot of people aren't. There's not really a lot that's being done for real world adoption at this time. You know, for example, what we're doing with making simple to use interfaces for the people. I think that is very, very important, because we can focus so much on technology. We could focus so much on compliance. But what really truly matters is how we affect the individual, how we help people on board into Web3, into blockchain and cryptocurrency. You know, and what I'm seeing is, you know, with Web1, you know, initially people just didn't understand. They couldn't even fathom what the internet was. You know, they couldn't fathom what was to roll out in Web1, and especially going into Web2. And history is repeating itself right now. People still don't understand the importance of Web3. People don't understand that, but we have to, you know, continually educate people as to why decentralization and Web3 is so important. And also, I did want to mention too that the Crypto ATM Network representative director of CoinHub, he is also going to be on a panel in panel 4, I believe. And so he's going to talk more about the compliance in Japan, as well as what we've done with the Crypto ATM Network.
There's a lot of insight that we're going to have on all these panels. I want to thank you for being our keynote. Our first panel is just starting, and we are going to be talking with the first panel about, again, the various models within the world for SROs, economic zones, and sandboxes. And Lonnie, thank you so much for being our keynote today.
Thank you so much. I appreciate being here.
Thank you, Lonnie.
All right. So this first panel, we have such a variety of speakers, and I have the honor of being the moderator for our first panel. I'm going to have each of you introduce yourselves, because we have individuals from Liechtenstein, we have individuals from the United States, we have individuals from Europe and around the world. So I'm going to start with Clara, would you mind introducing yourself? We're going to kind of go down the panel side, and then I'm going to start with asking the questions.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jackie. It's evening here, so hello everyone in the different time zones from Liechtenstein. My name is Clara Guerra, and I'm the director of the Office for Financial Market Innovation and Digitalization. So this is a government entity subordinated to the Ministry of General Government Affairs and Finance. That means that we're reporting directly to our Prime Minister, and we are doing mainly three things. One is strategy and policy, so advising and enabling the government and our administration relating to innovation, digitalization, and emerging technologies topics regarding the strategies there too. We are in charge of legal and legislation, so amending existing laws or crafting new ones in view of, again, innovation, digitalization, and emerging technologies. And also we are in charge of the whole EU digitalization legal action programs. And lastly, we're also some kind of innovation lab introducing pilot projects and making some proof of concept for innovative ideas before they could be rolled out and scaled for the whole administration.
Amazing, amazing. Tom, would you like to introduce yourself?
Absolutely. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Perfect. Excellent. Yeah, thank you so much. So my name is Tom Jansen. I work at the IOTA Foundation. IOTA is a layer 1 protocol. So we have our own network with our own token. We are mainly focused on sort of trade and real world adoption. So we have a big project with Kenya and the UK where we are implementing sort of digitalization of trade logistics documents and using the DLT to verify and to secure those documents. So my background, personally, I have a legal background in intellectual property rights. Been with the IOTA Foundation for 4 years. I have to say it's a fantastic industry to work in. I mean, there's so much going on in the regulatory space in the crypto industry. For example, we've been working with the Abu Dhabi Global Market when they introduced their regulation for DLT foundations, and we were the first DLT foundation to be registered there. It's a really fascinating area to work in as well, and of course, being a German foundation, we're also very focused on Europe, and we've been working on the European blockchain regulatory sandbox last year, and just finished in the second cohort this year. So very happy to be here, and really happy to talk about SROs and sandboxes as well. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Yeah, sure. Nina, why don't you go ahead and share your diverse background?
Sure. Thank you very much for the invite. Yes, Nina Siedler, my name. I'm a finance lawyer by background who joined the blockchain space already kind of 2015, 16. And during that time, I co-founded several associations, the German Blockchain Association, a legal think tank in Luxembourg, and INATBA in Brussels, and engage in numerous expert groups on the way, always aiming at increasing the legal certainty in this environment for crypto projects and currently running monthly MiCA expert roundtables with the support of the European Commission.
And Christopher, why don't you share from the United States perspective where you are and what you're doing?
Sure. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and greatly appreciate the ability to speak on everything that's taking place, not only in Wisconsin, but also under a national context concerning the United States. My name is Christopher Perceptions, born and raised in America, but a little bit of a digital nomad, lived abroad for a time, moved around between various states, but born and raised in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. That is home base for me and my family. So as it states regarding Wisconsin, there's a lot of headwinds, a lot of changes taking place. And it's really an amazing time, especially given the new administration and how friendly they are concerning this industry, how it's really changing the narrative concerning America and crypto outputs such as Bitcoin, et cetera. Wisconsin is doing something very interesting, and I'm happy to be an advisor regarding it. It's called the WIN Bill, Wisconsin Innovation Network Bill. I have the newly updated one literally in my hands. So excited to share that. And for people interested, visit thewinbill.com to learn more. I've been in the industry for 10 years. And as a builder, as a founder, as an advisor, I've seen the ups, the downs, the sideways. And I can tell you now that this is the best time to be in the industry, especially considering a lot of the SRO outputs and economic zones. So I'm happy to speak concerning Wisconsin, United States at large, and happy to be here.
So I'm going to start with Clara in terms of the question of, in terms of how Liechtenstein has pioneered its approach to supporting businesses in the blockchain and digital asset space. I know you and I have talked a few times, and really it's a foundation for a model for other communities to follow. Why don't you go ahead and share, because you've been in the space for a while and you've seen a lot of the development.
Absolutely. And given that actually female election rights were introduced in Liechtenstein quite late, only in 1981. I think we were a bit late to the party, but in the other aspects we're quite pioneering. And by way of introduction and context, so Liechtenstein really is located in the middle of Europe. It's quite a unique positioning because we are not an EU member, but we are part of the European Economic Area and thus have access to the EU single market and harmonized legal framework relating thereto. But at the same time, we're also in customs union with Switzerland. Liechtenstein itself, it's a microstate, so we're really small, 40,000 inhabitants. But even though it's small in size, we're really big in ideas, and our approach to the digital asset innovation space is really based on the clear conviction that we said regulation can actually be an enabler and not a hindrance, not an obstacle, hindering innovation actually, but providing the legal clarity for users, for investors, and the market players themselves to innovate. And we were early in the game, so we early on saw the need for a comprehensive legal framework, and that the financial market also needed legal clarity when it comes to trust in technologies like blockchain. So we introduced already in 2020, it became into force in the 1st of January 2020, so more than 4 years ago, our Blockchain Act, and this is the first comprehensive legal framework that is technology neutral and that covers the whole of the token economy. So in that sense, it really goes beyond what we are having now in force with MiCA, and it covers the entire token life cycle, and it covers the registration and supervision of crypto asset service providers. And yeah, so it's really not limited to just crypto asset payment or the tokenization of the financial market and in Liechtenstein and beyond. With that, we really provided this legal clarity, I believe, and it's a very risk-based supervision to these crypto asset service providers. So just to be clear, in contrast to what our keynote speaker before said, this is not a sandbox approach. So we really we built a full framework, not a temporary sandbox. And our financial market authority, we have a dedicated competence unit within this our financial market authority. They offer more guidance and dialogue other than relief from regulation, so to speak. So instead of making these kind of exceptions and adapting to it, we made the rules innovation ready from start with. And well, the success, or looking back now, of these more than 4 years of experience, we have more than 30 registered service providers, and we see real adoption in finance, in the tokenization, in building infrastructure, in building compliance solutions, but also we see high interest of actually institutional investors and traditional finance sector because they have the legal clarity, and that gives them the trust and confidence to venture in that space. What we have learned actually from our side is that really this legal clarity reduces the risks and it really builds trust. So for us, it was not to lower the bar, but to raise the trust. And also, I believe one of the key learnings is that proportionality is key. So smaller actors, or these very diverse innovation ecosystem and all the different actors, it's not one size fits all solution, and they need more equity and not equality. So aiming at the same outcome and not just exactly the same treatment to allow for actually all of them to thrive and to innovate. And that of course digital asset innovation is not just about crypto. This is really about infrastructure, is about ownership, a lot about identity, automation, and to raise also the regulatory capacity and expertise. The regulators, we had a steep learning curve in Liechtenstein, dealing with these business models, dealing with the market players, and I believe that regulators need these competence, and they need a lot of also international dialogue, which is why we're here, right? Looking ahead, just real quick, we are now we have implemented MiCA in Liechtenstein since the 1st of February of this year. It is in force in Liechtenstein. Of course, we need to wait for still the joint draft decision from the European Economic Area to come into force. It's already been signed. But apart from that, actually also our FMA, so our National Competent Authority, they have alerted to ESMA already that they want to allow for passporting for registered MiCA once the licenses are registered. Nevertheless, so this is actually where we're not, and apart from MiCA, so we didn't stop with our the first draft of our Blockchain Act. We kept refining and developing it. So in addition to MiCA, it's still in force because we have a civil law for token that is included in that framework. And also we have certain service providers roles that are not covered under MiCA, like the NFT custodian, because of course, as we all know, NFTs can represent really valuable assets, and we want the service providers dealing with these assets to provide also a certain operational adhere to certain compliance and operational requirements, and have minimum capital requirements and so on. And we're also working on a legal forum for DAOs and looking at the infrastructure and everything that is needed beyond the legal framework to allow for the token economy to thrive. So no economic zones. We don't have a sandbox. But we are active in that space, trying to enable the digital asset innovation. And as I said, not to lower the bar, but to raise the trust. And I think that the real path to adoption that we are following is paved with with doing that and continuing to work on these frameworks for digital asset innovation.
So what I'm finding amazing is the variety of individuals who we have on this panel, and what you just shared. Even though Liechtenstein might not have an economic zone or might not be classified as a sandbox, it's the whole community. It's that whole mindset of support for innovation and development. So the approach that you've taken actually is going to be a very interesting model to see applied in other communities as they develop. Tom, I'm going to hop over to you because, again, you have background of communities and also blockchain companies that are in development within a sandbox, within support. And so I really would like you to talk more about the foundation and how that's been applied for the development and the innovation. Because again, we've seen with Liechtenstein, they've taken a whole community approach. Give us some background as to what you're doing and what the foundation is doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to talk about our experience, and just want to start by just agreeing with what Clara was saying, that I think it's very important to build dialogue with the industry, and so we're very happy to engage with regulators in all the areas and different jurisdictions that we're active in. So from our experience, we've been active now in the UAE for some time. And of course, the UAE has been quite active in creating sandboxes. We're registered in the Abu Dhabi Global Market as a DLT foundation, and taking part in a global trade technology sandbox in the UAE. So I think the UAE is one of the areas that stands out as quite active as well in our experience. Was it just this week they also launched the tokenization sandbox, which is quite interesting for us as well. Another area that we've been very active in from our background is of course Europe as well, as a regulated German nonprofit foundation. That's one of our key areas, and we've been engaging with regulators in Europe for a long time. And of course, now with the European Blockchain Regulatory Sandbox, we've been very happy to take part in that, joining last year and then finishing the second cohort earlier this year. I'd say Europe has been quite good in that sense that it especially in the regulatory sandbox, really pushing for engaging with the industry in that sandbox, and more could be done. I'm sure. What I really liked about that sandbox experience was that all the meetings and the dialogue meetings with the regulators were really meticulously prepared. So we had access to a law firm provided by the sandbox. We went through all the different legal topics relevant to our use case. Our use case was a Web3 identification solution, so soul-bound token to do KYC on chain. And as part of that, we learned a lot from talking with the lawyers and the different regulators from across the European Union. So we have regulators joining our calls from Germany, France, Italy, Malta, and really, those kind of dialogues were quite helpful in understanding the gaps, the differences in interpretation between the different member states. For example, in relation to data protection, there's still a lot of questions in how to regulate or how to approach node operators from a data protection perspective. What is their role, and so on. So these kind of dialogues, I think industry players like IOTA learn a lot from those discussions, and I hope that it's also helpful for regulators when they think of how to approach regulating Web3 activities.
Is there a certain lesson that you've learned from the past few years in supporting the innovation of projects with respect to the development of sandbox mentality or economic zones? What have you seen in terms of what we might have to learn to apply it in the future?
I would definitely go back to this idea of having a dialogue with the industry. I think regulation can't or shouldn't be created in a vacuum. You need to involve the industry and industry players in getting feedback from the industry and really, having sandboxes or other forms of dialogues with the industry players to make sure that you capture the best practices, you identify gaps, and really learn from the industry as well.
Yep, I agree with you. Nina or Christopher, would you like to hop in on this?
Yeah, I'm happy to share a few thoughts. I definitely think that we cannot have mass adoption without legislative body participation. Mass adoption, in my peer view, is a three-pronged step where it deals with eliminating friction. One, we need to make it easy to understand this industry. Two, we need to make it easy to build so that builders and founders can create the next killer app or the next multi-billion-dollar output from the industry. And lastly, which is deeply important, no matter what jurisdiction you're in, we need to make it easy for governmental bodies to get in and collaborate. And to the point that was brought up, we cannot have laws being created in silo, especially when you look at how some of these laws are currently enacted. So in the States, there is the Howey test, which is something that is a construct to determine whether an asset or an object or an output within the economy is a security or not. And this test is decades old. It is very old. And if you look at the new kind of kids on the block concerning technology, artificial intelligence, and Web3 outputs, you can't necessarily use old tests for new things. You can't put new wine in old wineskins, for another different way of saying it. So all things considered, this is where the world has to adjust to this new output of technology that has already changed the world. But I think we're now in a space where the world is finally starting to catch up.
Nina, how do you view SROs and sandboxes in economic zones, and how do they foster collaboration? Would you like to expand on that?
Yeah, I mean, thank you. Good question. While those three concepts each present their own respective pathways, they really converge in a potential that they all share. And this might be a little bit provocative, but they may transform regulatory dialogue from confrontation to collaboration. That's at least their potential. And how do they achieve this? Well, SROs embed responsibilities directly within industry communities. They harmonize standards bottom up, as Lani explained in her keynote earlier, creating norms that organically, on an organic manner rather than top down. But what you need to consider is they thrive primarily in unregulated or lightly regulated spaces. Once regulators mark the territory, self-regulation naturally gives way. Unless, and that's also something that Lani pointed us towards, is the SRO is actually legally tasked with oversight authority, right? If you achieve that step, then the SRO, I think, becomes a completely different animal. Yeah, now sandboxes, they allow regulators and industry to experiment, understand, and refine rules alongside each other. Ideally, not as opponents, but as co-pilots, a bit like Tom just pointed to, that this worked out. I'm actually glad to hear that you made that good experience with the European sandbox. Again, sandboxes are typically bound within their respective jurisdictions, right? Because they operate under temporary exemptions from certain laws, so they are bound in their geographic region. I think that's the challenge when you look at it from a global perspective. Similar to special economic zones, which may establish controlled and still agile environments. to encourage and maybe even reach cross-border exchange, but mainly they remain within their jurisdiction. So ultimately, all three models are not isolated approaches, but kind of three different paths of a broader vision, hopefully, to ultimately get to a globally coherent, still flexible regulatory environment, which we currently do not have. Yeah, so it's maybe crucial to also acknowledge the limits of those tools. Realistically, if we look at it from a global perspective, global regulatory harmony will not emerge spontaneously or in short term even, but they require effort to build purposeful cross-border cooperation and mutual trust building among regulators and innovators alike. And I think that's what we should all strive for.
Are there examples that everyone can think of that stand out as models for within either the SRO model, the sandbox model, or the economic zone model? We're going to be hearing a lot of different people over the next few panels who are in those spaces, but anything that stands out from your perspectives?
I can speak from the lens of the state and then also show how that ties into Wisconsin.
Yeah.
So concerning the states at large, there were a few different eras, if you will, legally speaking. There was the Operation Choke Point era, which was horrible for the industry concerning the states, because a lot of entities began looking abroad and even moving abroad because they didn't know the regulatory landscape. Am I stepping into a friendly, collaborative conversation, or am I stepping on a landmine that's going to keep me and my company burning money in litigation for several years with the SEC and other outputs? Now the shifting has taken place, but even during that era, there were people that created outputs such as sandbox environments. Arizona was one state, Hawaii was another state. There were other states that decided to say, hey, we're going to determine, at least at a state level, what we're going to do while the federal side of things sorts itself out. And that's where we have outputs such as Florida. Miami became like Crypto City many moons ago. And then Wyoming in general became the home of a lot of frameworks that were able to go abroad outside of their state lines. And then looking at Wisconsin, concerning the Wisconsin Innovation Network Bill, or the WIN bill, it creates an opportunity for a top-down approach where literally anyone and everyone can win, not just the developer hacking away in their GitHub repo with their hoodie on, drinking Mountain Dew at 2 a.m, but also an enterprise mind person that wants to integrate digital assets within their business. It allows for grants to be built into this program, incentivizing innovation while keeping consumer protections in the midst of it, and even top tier outputs such as banks, mortgage people who are money transmitters. They're able to take part in the WIN bill as well. And this is where I think, especially when you look at incentivizing innovation, we have to, for one, allow for the sandbox to serve as the catalyst where you don't get necessarily penalized and consumers are also protected. And the WIN bill, we hope, can serve as a framework for mass adoption from a top tier and top down approach as it relates to every output within the state. And it also builds in education, because how can a person adopt something that they don't necessarily understand? How can a person invest in something that they don't necessarily understand? So from education, grants being incentivized, parts of it, as well as opening the floodgates for anyone and everyone who meets the criteria. This is where we believe Wisconsin is going to serve as the Midwest hub for all things Web3. And obviously the South has theirs with Florida. Wyoming is generally the West Coast. New York and Washington is the East Coast. Wisconsin wants to be the Midwest hub.
Maybe some thoughts adding to SROs. Actually, we were talking about creating those a lot back in the days of 2017, 18 with the ICO rush, right? Everybody was talking about creating self-regulation rules to adhere to in order, to bring the craze a little bit down. Unfortunately, I must say, and I still observe this after all these years, crypto and blockchain is living in silos as well. You know, we call them tribes. And unfortunately, and that is something, you know, I would like to stress again, now having the opportunity to, I would love to invite the crypto community to collaborate more and not to stick to the several tribes that had built. You know, we need to form one strong voice in order to get heard, and, you know, more focusing on what we have in common than what differentiates us would actually really help the space.
So I'm going to hop in here, and I know Matt might want to also hop in here, because one of the projects that the Blockchain Legal Institute actually has started is a grassroots initiative that is a SRO, a very unique type of model though, and it's called the Digital Asset Regulatory Authority, and that's growing, and with the exact mindset that you've just shared. You know, it's people coming together to kind of express the pain points as well as the growth points, and how we can work together.
I do want to say something. I think we have about 8 to 10 minutes left on this panel. Is that correct?
We do.
Okay, great. Yeah. So some interesting things. I really like that we have Christopher's perspective here, because outside of the United States, and maybe this is just my thoughts, but maybe people are thinking that it's really not together. You know, if you're hearing the story at the federal level, if the story is coming from the United States themselves, it's an FTX story, or, you know, another oversight of some kind that actually did hurt consumers, right? But in fact, the states are busy doing things, just like Liechtenstein, right? That's a wonderful nation that's doing something. And then just to jump on to what Dr. Nina said, which is, you know, this unification thing is very important, right? We have the United Nations, we have the United States, we have the United Kingdom. We could use the United Nations of crypto. We could use a perspective that's more global, particularly because the output of this is a digitally native asset. This isn't being imported to a country. This isn't being created in a specific environment that's a nation-specific environment. It's a decentralized protocol, but it's also a decentralized asset. So anyway, a lot of interesting global questions emerge, and let's get back to the show.
Yeah, no, Tom, and you know, what's your perspective of the SRO model and also applications? I think you might be muted.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I just wanted to sort of say that maybe the SRO model can also be an enabler. You know, when you think about SROs, initially you might think of the enforcement and the surveillance role of an SRO, but there's also that other side of creating standards and sharing information, you know, making sure that best practices are shared and known in the industry. And I think SROs can play a quite an important role in that. And one example that came to mind, it's not strictly an SRO, but it's the self-regulatory recommendation from INATBA that was published some weeks ago for DeFi. You know, hugely difficult area to regulate. How do you regulate decentralized finance? So I think there must be sort of best practices that are discussed in the industry, that are shared by organizations like INATBA and other industry associations, and hopefully those will be adopted, and the whole industry will go forward with that.
I agree, Clara. I mean, you have another big picture, you know, from the community as well as the world. So, what are your thoughts?
Absolutely. Actually, I can only second what Tom just said, and I believe the path forward is actually also in regulatory harmonization, and I mean not uniformity, but really regulatory harmonization, and that is happening when we talk about the same things. So taxonomy, standards, and there are a lot of associations and institutions that are doing a great work. One of which, of course, is also GBBC, for example. And I think this is really pushing forward not just the coherence and a more structured international dialogue and government cooperation and cross-border cooperation that is really helping the ecosystem and this cross-border functioning technology, because as we all know, this is not limited and is not hindered by political geography, but it is inherently cross-border. So we also need a response to that. And I think, as I said, these cross-border intergovernment cooperation, the harmonization via shared taxonomy and standards, that is really helping. And also now with the US pushing forward, I think that's going to dynamize a lot and is also going to push Europe. But we in Europe, we're already ahead. We already have an existing framework. We already have actually a unified framework. If it's in all aspects the perfect thing, it might not be. But I think in that sense, it's we aim for progress and not perfection. And the next thing is to keep improving on what we've built so far, realizing also where we veered off the golden path maybe and correct. And we Liechtenstein, we try to show maybe a bit the way to act like some kind of time machine in pioneering, showing how certain of these up until now unaddressed topics could be addressed, not just with the NFTs, but also with staking lending service provider that we have introduced as well, and building all the supporting infrastructure and the supporting ecosystem, and in that sense, like as a whole country, maybe acting like a sandbox.
Yeah. So my question to everyone, we're talking about communities that are developed and are looking at the technology. The technology is changing so fast. How do we bring forward other communities, other countries that maybe are just starting to step into this space so we can support their development, both from a technology innovation side as well as from the legislation side, so that way they're not making the same mistakes that we've made, and they can encourage the growth. So do you see things happening like that around the world, and how can we support that?
Yeah, it's great. Oh, after you, Doctor.
Thank you. Sorry. I just had a thought, Matt, when you were talking about the UN. So my proposal would be, why don't we do a copycat to the United Nations Convention on the International Sale of Goods? I'm not sure if you know about it, but that is actually not an international convention as such. It creates its own jurisdiction, which you can opt into, right? If we would have such a thing for digital assets, where you at least for the private law side, ownership, acquisition in good faith, and all these topics, where you could opt in and get rid of, more than 200 jurisdictions across the globe because you just choose that single one. That would be amazing. And I actually started looking into that already in 2018 and spoke with people who had been involved in creating this international convention for the sale of goods. And it was a long, long, long way. But I think it would be worthwhile kicking it off.
What is everyone's thoughts about that?
I think that's interesting, considering there are so many silo innovations that are taking place, obviously, with Switzerland and Crypto Valley, El Salvador, mining Bitcoin using volcanic energy. Bhutan is a country, I believe they have nearly over 0.25% of their GDP in Bitcoin. So if we were able to unite this, and I think there are efforts, especially concerning El Salvador, they met with several countries within the global South and a little bit more to try and create this output of what uniformity could look like amidst a collaborative effort. That would be huge. If we were to look at other nations that might not have the regulatory frameworks or even the friendliness concerning the industry, there are still communities that are popping up, especially in places like South Africa. You can buy groceries utilizing Bitcoin via the Lightning Network. There are, I believe, communities like Mossel Bay, a couple other communities within South Africa where they exclusively use Bitcoin in a circular economy way. We have more of those stories hitting a national and international news line. It's going to make regulators look and say, okay, we have to roll our sleeves up and really get to the bottom of this. Part of it is there's an education gap, and there's a gap because, just to be very transparent and fair, our industry will open up a lot, especially concerning ledgers that are immutable, that can't necessarily be tampered with. If this technology swells, then there's going to be greater accountability, not only within business context, but also government. And some people don't necessarily want that. So what we have to do is continue to have forums like this where we can talk and continue to do the work and unite, share notes, and then go back to our respective places. The work is happening. The time is now. And I think forums like these are deeply important to keep this in front of regulators' face, to say that this is the future, but this is also now. And we need to make sure that we're future-proofing the next generation utilizing this technology.
Appreciate that. Tom, you're going to have like 30 seconds to wrap up because I see the time is getting close to 2, and we actually have a recorded speaker, Commissioner Peirce. So why don't you wrap up and with maybe a last thought?
Well, I think all the points I completely agree. And the sort of overarching point that I would like to leave with is dialogue. I think we really need dialogue between industry and regulators. Many parts of the market are still unregulated. For example, with DeFi, and dialogue and regulatory models that are created specifically for crypto. I think that's what we really need.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank everyone on the panel for being here. And for those that are looking at connecting with everyone who's on our global summit, definitely we're going to have ways for you to connect to each one of our speakers. So we are about to actually watch a pre-recorded conversation that I have with Commissioner Peirce about sandboxes. And as our panels leave right now, we're going to be watching this next video. And then our next panel, which is about sandboxes, will be coming on. So give us a second while we start the recording. And everyone, thank you so much for being. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being part of our global summit on sandboxes, SROs, and economic zones. Today, I have a very special speaker who is part of this panel about sandboxes, the Commissioner Peirce, and she is going to be speaking with us about her vision from both locally as well as around the world. I know that, Commissioner, you have some disclaimers that you would like to share first before I hop into the questions. So I'm going to let you go ahead and share that, and we really appreciate your time.
Well, thank you so much. It's great to be here. And I will start with my disclaimer, which is that my views are my own views as a commissioner, not necessarily those of the SEC or my fellow commissioners.
We appreciate that. So I've been following your journey for a very long time, and I was reading the road trip article that you posted. And you had a lot of different views and wisdom within that. And for those that are just learning about, your journey, that will be also linked into our recording down the road. But where do you think we're going right now? Where do you think that the cryptocurrency digital asset industry will be in 2 years? Because there's been a lot of shifting that's gone in the space, even in the last decade. So where do you think we're going to be?
It's difficult for me as a regulator to anticipate where the industry will go. But what I hope to do is to provide a regulatory framework within which the industry can do experimentation and figure out where the technology, where blockchain technology has its highest and best use. I think that's something that's been, at least in the United States, in the past several years, has been hard because of the lack of certainty. And so I look forward to seeing that. And I think there'll be instances where people try the technology and realize it's not a good fit for something. And there'll be other instances in which people do realize it's a good fit. I think that we'll see that in the financial services industry, for example. I think there'll be some things that people realize that blockchain is really good for. Others, they may try it and not find it to be the case. I think we'll see some tokenization of traditional securities. And then I expect, too, that we'll see a lot of activity in the native crypto space.
I know that you're a leader and a visionary in this space, and you've been a proponent for sandbox mentality and having a more open mind, not to not protect consumers, but to support innovation. So where do you see that happening now that there's been a shift of administration and with you being in charge of so many pieces of this?
Well, a couple things. First, I don't view myself as a leader. I view myself as a facilitator so that people who have ideas about how things can move forward and change, that they can innovate. And so I hope that we can facilitate that. I think that's the role of a regulator in my position, is to try to make sure that the barriers to entry are low, that people can get in. We have a 3-part mission at the SEC, which involves, among other things, protecting investors. So that is something that I think about. But one way that investors get protected is by making sure that the industry that serves them is competitive. If you have an industry that has high barriers to entry, it's hard for new competitors to come in, then you actually end up with investors getting less well served than they otherwise would, because the competitors sitting there within their regulatory moat get really comfortable, and they stop caring what investors care about caring about the same things that investors care about at the end of the day. So trying to build that really dynamic marketplace requires a regulator that is able to to accommodate and encourage innovators to come in. And that means coming in and telling us, hey, here's a place where your rules don't work that well. Here's a place where we need some exemptions. And that may sound strange to someone who isn't used to the securities regulatory space, but it's actually quite normal, because when Congress built the statutes that govern what we do, they put in the ability for us to make exemptions. And so we can use the ability that Congress gave us. They understood that the landscape would change, that we would need to make adjustments. And so we can use that authority to allow people to experiment in an iterative way. And so that's something that I think we can do with something like a sandbox. We can allow people to try things using a set of conditions that is a little different from what standard transactions are subject to. And then, again, those we'll be watching what the activity is in that space, see if those conditions work, and then we can get to a place where there's more permanent relief based on modified conditions.
Are there any countries or communities that you think that we should maybe model this type of mindset around? Because a lot of communities and countries around the world have lessons that we can learn from, and they have also extended out their innovation because of the fact that they're allowing for this, I don't want to say experimentation, but to have the problem solved within a safe spot.
And I think experimentation is a fair word. You're running an experiment in a highly regulated industry, which means that the regulator is watching what you're doing, but you also have the ability to make some modifications that allow you to try things. And I think getting that balance right of where the regulator is aware of what you're doing, but the regulator isn't sitting with you at every step as you think through every issue is important, because otherwise you end up with, I think, the regulator being too involved in trying to direct the experimentation. There are good examples, I think, in other countries of the sandbox idea, people trying different things, and we'll draw on those. I think there's no one that I want to claim and say is our example, because our regulatory and statutory framework is unique. I mean, certainly we've seen examples in the UK and Singapore and Japan and other places where people have been trying different approaches, Switzerland, and we'll be drawing from all of those, but I don't think there's one that we're going to take a direct model from.
So we are about to start panel 2, and I would like to definitely thank Commissioner Peirce for her time. We actually have a second part of that interview, which will happen right after this live of the panel. And today we have another group of distinguished speakers, from Professor Roman Beck from Bentley University in the European blockchain community to Jack and Steve and Francis and Maha. And I'm going to have each one of them introduce themselves, because I know that you're from around the world, from Europe to Australia to all different points. And I do not want to miss any of your background because it is phenomenal. So, Roman, I'm going to have you start with introducing yourself. You're our distinguished moderator who's going to be leading this panel and the conversation about sandboxes. So why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself, and then we'll kind of go round robin.
Sure. Thanks a lot. Thank you for having me, and thank you for hosting this fantastic event. I think it's timely and important, and it's also a privilege to be here with a lot of friends. It's almost like a family gathering. I'm Roman. I'm a professor at Bentley University. Beforehand, I was in Copenhagen in Denmark, and there I was the representative of Denmark to develop EPSI, the European Blockchain Services Infrastructure. I'm still sitting in the advisory board of the EPSI regulatory sandbox, and have some other hats. So I think that is one of the reasons why I'm here. And I will hand over to Steve or Francis to continue with an introduction.
Thanks, Roman. My name is Stephen Ballas. I'm the Managing Director of Blockchain APAC. We're a body that comes together and sort of brings different stakeholders from all corners of the world into rooms and listens to different views, and hopefully delivers value across regions. I'm also the APAC policy advisor for the GBBC. And greetings from an early morning in Melbourne, Australia.
Thank you so much for getting up so early.
Okay, well, Francis Gross. I was at the ECB until 3 weeks ago. Now I have unlimited paid leave. And I'm the European speaking to you from South Africa currently. I launched the initiative that led to the LEI system, because when I came to statistics 18 years ago, I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw the state of data in finance and the neglect with which it is treated. This has not improved a lot, but technology makes it much more critical now, and it's going to make it more critical in the future. And that's what I'm working on, but later more.
Yes, later more. Maha.
Hello, good evening from my part of the world. I'm Maha Saadi, Head of Regulatory Affairs at Qatar Financial Center. Prior to moving to Qatar, I used to be in Frankfurt, Germany, where I worked for the German Stock Exchange for almost 9 years. And that's when I was heavily involved in the implementation of the E-Securities Act, which gave the option of utilizing DLT technology to start dematerializing securities in Germany. I was also involved in the drafting and the implementation of MiCA and the DLT pilot regime. I have recently decided to relocate back to the Middle East to take a lot of these lessons learned and implement them here. It's such a privilege to be with all of you and also see a lot of familiar faces.
And Jack.
Hey, everyone. Super hyped to be here. I am Jack Nigorosyan, and I don't know a lot of things, but I know stable coins really well. That's been my life for the past decade. I founded the company Arise because we had the mantra, enough with the smart money, can't we just make dumb money smart? And we have done just that. We have made it possible to digitize euro, dollar, pound, gold, Singapore dollar, and we're adding several other tokens as we scale. You'll notice that while we are Danish, euro is not the most important thing for us. We operate globally, have actually much more interesting stuff happening in Brazil and Vietnam than we do in Denmark and Sweden. So we're not building to where we stand, but we're building from Scandinavia. I'm very happy to be here to share some of my learnings over the past decade.
So what I'm really excited about is the diversity of the conversation here. We have every part of the world represented from a perspective view. Roman, I'm going to let you go ahead and start, because sandboxes and this whole mindset is really important now, even more than ever, because of what's going on in our community.
Yes, indeed. And obviously kind of we could spend a lot of time with that kind of competence here in this panel to talk about a lot of things, but we also have only limited time. Francis, I think we started working together in 2010 or so after the financial crisis, and I realized how passionate you were about legal entity identifiers and kind of the lack of having actually a systematic market overview when you are doing financial risk management from a regulator point of view. So from that time onward, I know that you have this systems perspective that is very close to your heart, looking at the holistic ecosystem, if you will, and with your background with this European Central Bank perspective, kind of what do you think kind of is the most important part in developing regulatory sandboxes? I mean, we can also talk about economic zones, but when it comes to network effect systems, right, and cross-border, and the European Central Bank has to deal with several countries and related central banks. It's a very kind of like herding cats. Kind of what is the takeaway here, and what you can recommend from your years of experience in that field?
Yes, well, it's not over, Roman.
I know.
The thing that bugged me when I came to touch finance at the mature age of 46, with background in automotive where data works, because otherwise you can't assemble your vehicle, is that we absolutely don't care for data. But at the same time, we build a huge, name it tech slum, just to be clear. Everyone builds his best machine for himself. We connect them all. We have one globally integrated, technically globally integrated system that's getting ever more tightly coupled. We have seen that already at work in 2008, and it hasn't stopped since. On the other side of the fence, we have between 500 and 1,000 institutions that try to regulate the financial system, each one looking down to the bottom of their silo for data. That will never work. I mean, it works for the everyday scenario when life is a long, quiet river, as we say in French. But the dangerous scenarios become more and more numerous. And 2008, we had one example. We might have others. So my conclusion very simply is that we need to measure the system global real time, like it or not. Oh, that's too ambitious, many tell me. I say, no, just start thinking. And if it's not to be done in the next 5 years, which it won't be, let's make a 50-year plan. 20 years to build, 30 years of useful life. So let's design it today for the time 2075. And there is an invariant in this. At the heart of this irreducibly complex system made of complex systems like ours, there is a network of contracts, a graph, and each contract is an algorithm that says who does what for whom, when, under what circumstances. There we talk graph, we talk blockchain, good digitalization, my definition, an object that's a fact by law is represented once digitally, and that's it. And to be able to measure the system global real time, well, you have every single contract written in a standardized algorithmic language with tokens that build the link to the real world objects referenced in the contract. And that is placed in a global infrastructure that will look like a blockchain. The operations are done inside that blockchain. So you always have the real state of the contract now. And the statistician can interrogate the entire system, look in the global context. The supervisors can look at the entire contractual footprint of their bank. You can lift the subsystem out and run simulations on this, forward-looking, permanently, and so on. There are plenty of applications. No time to roll it off all now. LEI is only the first step.
We don't, but actually kind of when we talk about regulatory kind of improvements and kind of creating the playing field for decentralized finance,
yes,
that was the reason why I said we started out 2010 in looking into kind of legal identifier. We worked on Actus, kind of this algorithmic representation of financial instruments. That was all before we actually started talking about blockchain. Now we have all that. What has been left over? What has inspired from that time when we worked on that in the current regulation? Can you say something about that?
So I'm now a proud member of the board of the Actus Foundation. I've been working with them for 15 years. And I think that is the kernel. LEI is the kernel of identifying parties. Actus is the kernel of representation of contracts, algorithmic. What has been done? Not much. Every every entity or every institution that works on regulating the financial system feels compelled to work within its silo. They try to talk, but not much is going, to be honest. And in terms of sandboxes, what I think we need to do is not to build a sandbox for your own little pit. That will not work. But we need to now build a global sandbox in which everyone with their local laws, their local regulation represents the local conditions of their system. But an algorithm is an algorithm, and this network of contracts is absolutely global. There is no local network of contracts anymore. And we need to build at least a fraction of that to play with. And that's what I'm working on as well. Perhaps more later, because I'm not the only one here.
Perfect. Thanks a lot. And I kind of only now realize kind of Deutsche Börse, Frankfurt, so there is a lot of kind of commonalities, at least among three of the panelists here, kind of having roots through Frankfurt. Maha, these kind of not regulatory sandboxes shouldn't be too small pits, right? That was what Francis just said. And we have seen that a lot of kind of regulatory sandboxes from the beginning, when the UK was kind of innovating and announcing having the first regulatory sandbox. I remember Money 2020 in 2015, 2016. Everyone was talking about, now we also need a sandbox, because the UK have that sandbox. But if you're looking into the first people, the first companies who went through the sandbox were quite frustrated because they were not really getting what they were, expecting. Now, with your background and in insights from Frankfurt, you moved to Doha, to Qatar,
Yes.
right? Kind of, and this rolling out from a sandbox. What can a sandbox do that kind of empowers startups and scale-ups to effectively hit the market? What are your insights there, and what are the lessons learned? What are you rolling out now in the Middle East?
Absolutely. I think this is an excellent question, because when sandboxes are put together, the intention is mainly, selfishly enough, for the regulators to also see how they want to regulate and supervise, but not necessarily is it really the best thing for the startup or the fintech that's in question, because it's time consuming and it's costly for them, and they still do not know what the outcome would be after they graduate from that cohort. So basically, I have looked very closely into the DLT pilot regime in Europe. I found that, again, this is my personal opinion and I can be mistaken, that it was too consuming, too expensive, and the period of time that was associated with the DLT pilot regime was too long. And at the end, you have to have a specific exit strategy, including basically having a way to exit through an existing CSD or market participant. When I moved to Qatar, I saw that there is a potential to get things right in the Middle East. I will speak about Qatar, but I can also give a few pointers because sometimes I volunteer with other jurisdictions. In Doha, we have a very interesting framework where we have state regulators, like Qatar Central Bank, that regulates the monetary side of things, and banks and insurance companies. And we have Qatar Financial Market Authority, that is the securities regulator. And then you have Qatar Financial Center Regulatory Authority and Qatar Financial Center, where I work. And Qatar Financial Center is built as an international financial center. We are our own onshore jurisdiction, so you can think of us as a jurisdiction within a jurisdiction. We have our own sets of rules and regulations that are based on English common law. We have our own licensing platform, our own regulator, and we have a court and tribunal that is separate from the state of Qatar. Why it's so interesting, it's that, as I said, it's based on English common law, and it helps a lot of international participants to navigate through a foreign jurisdiction. Mm-hmm. And that's when we decided to roll out our digital asset lab. It is more of a lab than it is a sandbox, because we decided to distinguish between certain use cases that are not necessarily regulated. If you're using blockchain, you do not automatically have to be regulated as a financial service provider. And that's where we decided that depending on the use case, depending on the target market, if you're just selling your technology to another financial institution, you should not be regulated as a financial service provider. And what we also decided to do, because we are an onshore jurisdiction, is to keep Qatar Central Bank very closely involved in what we're doing. So if that startup decides to scale and move from our Qatar Financial Center jurisdiction to the state of Qatar, they could be able to do that smoothly. We also decided to provide a lot of incentives, including cooperation with big institutions, just to name a few. Google, that provided their cloud free of charge. We provided free office space because we know how consuming and expensive it could get. We also decided to see it as a whole ecosystem. Blockchain and digital assets is one part of it, but I always think that you have to do not look into a single technology in isolation. And that's when the Sovereign Wealth Fund of the State of Qatar, Qatar Investment Authority, also decided to allocate $1 billion to revive the VC market by having a fund-of-fund structure. And in February, 6 VCs managed to get that grant, and they have a direct mandate to invest in these fintechs and startups once they graduate the cohort. So that's how I learned from some of the issues that could be improved in Europe. Of course, it's not perfect. We are also growing and learning. And I have to also admit that we have a limitation that currently all of our digital assets use cases are real-world assets focused. We decided not to regulate cryptocurrencies and stablecoins for now, because we think that it could be a bit too early. It is, again, it's not seen as a criticism. When MiCA was put together, it was literally MiFID 2, or now MiFID 3, but for crypto asset service providers. And we have seen a sudden shift from the way that the regulations worked in the US to finally being very crypto-friendly now. And since we're a small jurisdiction, we could cherry pick the best practices and make it focused and tailored made to the Qatari and the MENA uses. Very, very quickly, conscious of the time, looking into our neighboring jurisdictions, the UAE took a very crypto-friendly approach. They even have the first crypto asset service regulator, VARA, the Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority. Bahrain has also an excellent framework. And I'm originally from Jordan. Jordan has finally rolled out their own virtual asset sandbox as well. And they realized the importance of stablecoins when it comes to remittances. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Kind of Jordan, I gave a workshop for the Central Bank of Jordan in 2017 when they were sort of condemning cryptos, and a few years later we are here. Kind of, you mentioned a very important part, namely fintech and techfin. You know, sort of like the knowing where the regulatory borders and the fine line is, where you still can create value on a blockchain in the financial services industry, but you're staying below the regulatory bar, so to speak. Somebody who is an expert in RegTech and has a fantastic kind of record in being a boundary spanner, not just geographically from Australia to London to Washington and back, is Steve Wallace. Right, Steve, I think we met last time in London for your RegTech forum, November last year. You know, you are a master in bringing different stakeholder groups together from the public and from the private side. Share something with us about the importance of having that dialogue, and what do you learn? What is your learning from that kind of your organizing? You just had another RegTech forum in Sydney, I believe. You know, sort of this importance in driving and pushing boundaries in the area of a modern regulatory framework that is allowing for innovation.
Roman, one of the critical things in all these jurisdictions is stakeholders not understanding the incentives of others particularly well. And it didn't make a lot of sense to people that I went to London. I'm Australian based. I have lots of activity and a lot of success in the region and increasingly in the US. Why was I in London? The reason I went to London was because I thought the UK and the FCA in particular was of interest to Australia. Then that didn't make a lot of sense to people. But what I wanted to show people was that we are pulling and drawing from so many experiences and the familiarity of other jurisdictions and the shift in incentives, and incentives is a critical word in the way I view the space. The shift of incentives across regulators is a thing that drives change. And it was an interesting thing for me to be in the UK and to hear people in the UK lament how slowly the regulators were moving. And I've said to them and said to people in all jurisdictions, funny thing about the greener grass that we see in other in other places is it's not grass. I said it's usually just concrete painted green, and we get excited about it. I mean, from a distance, we say, "Wow, wouldn't it be wonderful to be in this jurisdiction?" But fundamentally, the conversations are the same. And so, in going further afield, we bring conversations closer to home. And you mentioned Australia. Last week, I conducted something called Policy Week. We had 70 internationals fly in. I think we had 50 regulators, 5 politicians. There were no Australians on stage, Roman. It made no sense to people because I didn't tell them until they saw it. They looked and saw the world on the stage. And the point of having the world on the stage was to inform approaches, some of which have been successful, some of which have failed, in order to better drive the local sort of dialogue. And we talk about it, but it's very difficult to not be focused on your own jurisdiction. And with respect to the subject matter, there is Sandboxes. It's a very good example of it. You know, we are too insular in our thinking. This happens in Australia, it happens in most jurisdictions. That insularity does not serve us well when much of the technology, as Francis mentioned and Maha mentioned, is out of the box, global potentially. And so that's why I sort of focus on incentives. Sometimes they're political, sometimes they're regulatory, they're often industry, and they're almost always nowadays commercial. And I think regulators need to be more attuned to the commercial incentives that are driving participation in sandboxes and in other sort of mechanisms that try to at least give the impression of sort of forward leaning behavior and forward acting behavior.
Perfect. But are you among the few who have actually figured out how to kind of convey that message and combining different incentive structures of politicians, of administrators, of industry, you know, of startups? Kind of, I know that Canberra on the Parliament Hill, you know, you've been quite influential. Share something with us, kind of from your history of kind of pushing forward the message in Australia. What has been your secret of success?
2 things consistently, Roman. No one wants to be told what to do. That's the reality. If you walk into a room and say, "Here's what you should do," everyone says, "Listen, we're okay," in relation to that, and so they don't want to be told. So that's one mechanism. And the other is no one wants to be seen to have fallen behind. And so this is why I bring other experience into rooms. Easier to connect dots by saying this is what other people are doing, and then having people reflect on that. And the challenge of the many thousands of people, many thousands of people I've spoken to, is most people say to me, "Here's what you need to tell people." It's like, no, this is what you need to show. This is what you need to show people. And people don't take enough time to say, this is what others have done. It's commensurate. There are some similarities. It's not, it's not a unique situation you face. What can you borrow from that? And I think in this subject matter, it's the reason why my life is particularly interesting, given who I get to speak to. I have a lot of examples to pull from. And then when people sort of have that moment, you can see that incremental sort of approach. Someone commented in relation to some announcements yesterday in Australia on one of my LinkedIn posts where they said, "Well, this just feels like an incremental change." And I said, they're all incremental changes. People don't do a U-turn without first starting to turn the steering wheel. So for me, I look for activities that show that there is some movement and you're just starting to turn that wheel. Eventually, you find yourself having turned around and pointed in the other direction. But people don't appreciate how much those little changes matter.
Awesome, fantastic. Leading by example and actually illustrating what are the potentials rather than kind of saying what people should do or kind of pointing towards their deficits is never a good strategy. I know kind of, Jack, you also were pushing the boundaries quite a lot in Denmark. Last time we met, that was at the Copenhagen FinTech Lab, where you were so kind and informing my blockchain students what you are doing and how you were dealing with the Danish regulator, which is a small but fine unit of people who kind of quite early kind of started to understand that we need something like a sandbox. I think they even call it sandbox. Kind of, Jack, obviously you went through the whole sort of like suffering of being an early innovator in the blockchain industry. You're a seasoned hand. What can we sort of like learn? How has a sandbox approach in Denmark helped you to develop your solution? You said you're not mainly focused on Denmark, but maybe the lessons learned from that sandbox experience helped you to be competitive internationally, kind of. So what are the lessons learned you can convey with us and share with us? You're muted.
Of course I had to be. Sorry about that. I was just saying that we're in a bit of a unique situation because I started working on stablecoins before the word stablecoins were coined. right? So we couldn't really expect any regulators to have any sandboxes suited for kind of our needs. Like, I mean, it was so early. I don't even think that proof of stake was a thing, right? So there were no proper sandboxes, but then they started popping up, and then they started actually getting quite good. In that, I would argue that the Danes were maybe a bit too slow on doing it to my liking, whereas some places like Liechtenstein or Malta or maybe even Portugal, they try to do some stuff a little bit earlier. But Denmark is not the ones to be front runners in these types of things. They're careful, and there's a reason why Danish quality is the best in the world, because we're not doing it first. We'll let everybody else just like swim in the waters, and then we will learn from that. I want to say that we also have to be a little bit careful. I know maybe I'm in the wrong setting to say these things. I'm sorry for that, but we have to recognize that, for example, the FTX, right, started on the BitLicense project, right? So it was when you go into a sandbox and you get a little bit of permission, we also have to make sure that the regulators actually can know how to regulate the ones that they welcome into their environment, right? One could have argued that FTX should maybe have better auditors, and some regulators maybe should have checked up on the shenanigans done by that company, or Celsius, or Silvergate, or Silicon Valley Bank, or any of the other S's that went down last year, right? So there's a lot of weird stuff happening in the fringes, and my worry is that the financial regulators and the sandboxes can never be as agile and as fast-paced as the developers, right? So in Arise is not about stablecoin. The next things is basket currencies, on-chain indexes, metal baskets with palladium and gold and silver in a three-way pool that you can then yield on. And then the next thing is, and the next thing, and the next, they can never be as fast as we try to be. So I think that regulators it shouldn't be, oh, I'm a startup, I want to go there and tell you what I want to do so you can let me. It should also be the regulators recognizing, saying, if we don't know the know-how of this era, if we don't know what Arise is doing, if we don't know what's happening over here, we will be left behind. And I've kind of always had the arrogancy of saying, is it my job regulating the regulators or teaching the regulators of, and that balancing act is difficult for me, right? I had a beautiful head of hair when I started Arise. I lost it all, and I don't even have time to speak with regulators on trying to get them to understand so we try to lean against global standards. We try to follow logic. We do follow what MiCA is doing, but again, it doesn't exist. There's no MiCA licenses given. Denmark is not the fastest again to give these either. So all we can do is try to use the global opportunities that there are, which is why we have partially operated from the BVI for the past 5 years, not for wanting to do so, but just recognizing that we move sometimes a little bit too fast to our own liking.
What I'm hearing is actually there's also a bit of a competition or kind of a tension between civil law and common law. Maha was talking about that. Sort of like there's in continental Europe the civil law approach, and everything has to be regulated in advance, while common law is a bit more flexible and innovation friendly. Kind of that could also be structurally a reason for the issues. And as you say, kind of sandboxes, and we'll talk about kind of the success of sandboxes and also the kind of the future of sandboxes from fintech to DeFi, if you will. There's a bit of history. That's the reason why I pointed out, Francis, we talked about these things a long time ago. The UK was among the first in 2014, 2015, if I'm not completely mistaken, that had a sandbox that was not necessarily a blockchain, a crypto sandbox. So we do have a bit of a history here, but we also know that there's the regulators go into the sandboxes, they make this offering. Often enough, it is more like an incubator than it is a regulatory sort of like support, right? But they can also go home and say, fine, we don't have to change in-house. We have this sandbox, it's like a satellite, like a speedboat, but our mother cube will not change. So that's a question for all four of you. There is actually sort of like a dark side of sandboxes, because it's almost like an excuse for regulators not to change themselves. They say, we have this sandbox, otherwise we are continue on our steady kind of course. How is the sandbox approach changing regulation? How much do you see the regulators take back to their side? We talked about how regulators can help you to innovate and hopefully have a legally sound business model in place. But obviously, kind of the other side of the medal is the regulators need to change as well. And often enough, I have the feeling the sandbox is like used as an excuse not to change. We have this little playing field, but otherwise, we are not moving on. Who wants to take this one first?
Sorry.
Yeah, no, because that's exactly the corner I come from. Well, what I see is sandbox. You take your trowel, you take sand, you start building. Well, I think before we build, we need to do architecture. And that responds a little bit also to the question you asked Steve before. How can we mobilize things? First, we need to separate the institution's interests from the technical job at hand, because those two are always mixed up and then nothing happens. The technical job at hand, well, we all swim in the same lake. We have one technically integrated global economic system that contains a financial system. And that's what we ignore. So for me, we need to accept that every one of the 500 to 1,000 institutions that regulate finance alone is regulating in the same system, only part of it, but it will be affected by the entire system. I don't remember that the 2008 crisis was generated inside the euro area, but it hit us pretty badly and everyone else too. So if we can separate those two things, we can agree on the fact that we have a network of contracts that is becoming brutally fast, but we let it become a slum. Everyone runs his own machines, everyone writes it in their own language. You can never see the system live. And agreeing on technical standards, on a technical way to do it in this language at the end of the day, agree on a language that allows everyone to represent the contracts under their jurisdiction with their particular limitations they want to impose. But the whole system in one language, that could help us to ultimately build a system that will allow every one of those regulators to see their system in the global context. And then we don't need to tell anyone what they do and how they want to do it. The contract in country A will be constrained by the laws of country A. Contract in country B will be constrained by the laws of country B. And if you don't want those constraints, you go to another country. But every contract is an algorithm that says who does what for whom and under what circumstances. And as long as we don't think from that principle, I believe we are going to lie to ourselves all the way. Everyone will die in their own silo and the whole thing goes up in flames.
Well, yes, of course. I mean, you focus on international kind of like architecture that is internationally kind of competitive or comparable.
We have an international system. If we have no architecture, we have a global system. If we don't have a global architecture, we will have a slum. No roads, no piping, no electricity. Boom.
Steve, do you want to take it from here?
Yeah, Rome, can I just add? I mean, one of the sort of the first principles challenge of sandboxes nowadays is they were almost always inbound. Jurisdictions are able to rely on geographies, and they're able to say, "Come to us." We're the gatekeepers. Come to us. Incentives, again, I go back to that word. The incentives now are what jurisdiction is forward acting and forward leaning, and I think sandbox environments need to be much more considered of an outbound impact. When I look at sandboxes, invariably I joke, there's not much sand, it's not much of a box. I mean, I look at it sort of say, what actually happened here? I look for the signal that says this sandbox has been brought together, but why has it been brought together? And it's much more of a signal for regulators than it ever has been. It says we are forward leaning and forward acting. And I look at jurisdictions like the UAE, where there's natural tension and competition amongst regulators, where I can feel that tension and I have a greater sense that the sandbox there is going to support businesses than jurisdictions like Australia, where we're up to, I think, almost version 3 of sandboxes, where no one that I speak to wants to build a business says, hey, let me go to the sandbox first. They actually say, let me just build a business. And I think that sort of fundamental shift that is the mentality of inbound, outbound, I think a lot of regulators are being pulled towards that, but they should actually be just more attuned to it in the short and the medium term.
Very good points, and there is a competition among regulators, specifically within the European Union, where you can passport, you've been registered, you went through in one country, and you can kind of enter the whole European market. That is actually adding something like competition on regulators, if they are aware of this or not. Maha, you have that background from Europe, from Frankfurt, from Germany, and now you're rolling out your experiences in Qatar in a kind of in the light of what Steve just said, kind of the regulatory sandbox of a third generation. What is that in your eyes?
I think this is a bit of a difficult question to answer. I think we have to look at what are we trying to achieve from a sandbox. Are we trying to achieve a way that the regulators and the supervisors would know how to deal with things? So I'll go back to what Jack has said. Then the industry is educating the regulators and the supervisors. Or are we trying to limit some sort of a systematic risk, specifically if the use case is geared towards retail? I think if it's purely, let's say, wholesale in focus, we should not really bother that much. Like, they're all adults. They should all have a proper risk and governance frameworks to deal with it. So I would question if a sandbox would be necessary for these use cases. And one thing I forgot to mention is, in addition to our Digital Asset Lab, Qatar Central Bank rolled out an Express Sandbox initiative. So that goes in parallel. And here, the intention is to provide clarity for the industry within 3 months, but maximum 12 months time. So those who would participate in these cohorts would have some sort of a clarity. And they would always encourage them to work with some of the existing financial institutions to get the industry knowledge that not necessarily the regulators can be providing. So I guess, to be very fair, sandboxes are great, but we also have to look if existing regulations, existing frameworks can do the trick before just justifying the use of a sandbox just for the sake of it. And if I would just have a recommendation to the regulators and the supervisors, I always tell them, make sure that your new hires are from the industry. Because having worked previously as a regulator and now with Qatar Financial Center in the licensing platform, we tend to have a bit of tunnel vision, like risk, but we never really look into the opportunity and the risk of us becoming obsolete in a way. So this is basically how I see it.
You're right, but I just recently learned that if you are hired by the German Bundesbank, the German central bank, one of their kind of incentives to go from industry to regulator is they offer public transport tickets. So the problem actually is that they typically can't hire these people.
Yeah.
So they don't have access to that kind of intelligence, because their salary structure is simply not attractive enough. That is of course a huge problem.
At least here in Qatar, I think, like, pun aside, I think it's very interesting because our income is tax-free, so that makes a huge difference. And specifically, whenever there is experience coming from abroad, they would be able to claim a specific package. So I think here we might have a bit more to offer, but a lot of hand-holding to the industry, yes.
Absolutely, and we all know that. If I remember what Commissioner Pierce said, she was very much focused on an attractive regulatory regime to attract investors. We talked a lot about being the innovator, being a startup, kind of having a DeFi, having a stablecoin idea. Can you maybe, Jack, say something about the financial situation and the role for you as a I think you're a serial entrepreneur, right? Kind of getting funding and the role of kind of sound regulatory regimes for accessing funds and getting money from VCs and so on. Is that something that resonates with you, kind of what she said?
Yes, and there's a lot of things that I've heard today which I agree with and which resonates with me. I wouldn't call myself a serial entrepreneur because Arise is like 7 startups in one. We've been at it since 2017, so every time we could have failed, we didn't, right? We got so in that sense, perhaps a serial entrepreneur, but we started in the ICO era, right? So there was no laws around cryptos. You were basically a criminal if you did anything related to crypto. The Danish FSA, they wrote a big page report that this is unregulated, don't touch it, it's your own risk, and it was like super scary, right? So it's the thing of us being a little bit too early often with our products and our ideas has made it challenging to work with regulators. So we had to look at what others in the industry were brave enough to do, even though it was a bit edgy, like registering a company offshore. What we did in return is every single step we have ever taken, we have shown the Danish FSA what we wanted to do and how we did it, why we did the BVI stuff, how we set it up. So we tried to follow the existing rules, and then we made sure to tell the authorities about it before we did it, right? So in the case of us maybe doing something wrong or anything, we would have the chance to enter a dialogue. And
Yes.
with this attitude, we have not had any issues for several years. But I remember or ever for 7 years, right? We have never had any issues with the authorities. But I remember one of the first sandboxes in Denmark. I think there was one company that got in, right? So one.
Yes.
I
Yes.
mean, we can't really use that for much, right? And because if they don't, and I've been preaching to the choir for many years in many settings for central banks and with the financial authorities, but it's not. There is still this expectation of we will do a sandbox, you will come to us, you will tell us, and we will maybe help you. Where my attitude is, if you don't do this, if you don't hire like 3 of me, you're gonna be left out. Because other nation, I will go elsewhere. There's no doubt. Paulina Wozniacki did it. I will also do it. And that attitude, I think, that Scandinavia and Europe needs to take in. Yeah.
Timing is important, right? So timing for good regulation, timing for the right business model to hit the market. Kind of Denmark, the country where MakerDAO and Chainalysis emerged from and then moved on. Timing for good regulation, timing for the right idea, as well as timing in any kind of good panel is important. Our time is up. I would like to thank everyone here in this panel. I could continue this conversation for much longer, but we have more exciting people to come up, and including Marjolaine from the European Blockchain Regulatory Sandbox, and I'm looking forward to hear from her experiences, how to domesticate different regulators from different countries simultaneously in that approach. And with that, I hand back the moderation to Jacqueline. Thanks a lot.
So I cannot thank all of you enough. Raman, I agree with you. This panel, 45 minutes was not long enough for everything that we've been discussing. And for each of you, as you know, there's many more conversations that we're going to have recorded to share and educate out. So thank you. But the other thing that I'm taking away from all this is the conversation of the role of regulators, the role of the industry, the role of communication, and the innovation that's needed, and the fact that our community from the compliance side is not ready yet for a lot of what we're is happening. And I agree, Francis, we need to look at the globe side. I agree with Steve that everyone kind of looks inward from a community side and they don't look out. And, Maha, you're looking at the big picture side and how to kind of make it good for the innovator. And Jack, the communication with the regulators that you did, we heard that from Lonnie as well. So again, if you are about to make change, you need to educate someone so the change can be accepted. We have 3 more panels that are just going to be phenomenal, just like you guys. But right now, we're actually going to hear the second part of Commissioner Peirce's interview. So thank you so much for being on, and we will continue with our next recording and hear what the second part of Commissioner Peirce shared with me. Thank you.
Everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
So I'm very much a believer that industry leaders need to be proactive and responsible. And what role do you think the industry leaders should play in this ecosystem? And also for the term that's been bantered about a lot in different ways, and it might have different definitions, are SROs. And how relevant is a self-regulatory organization to support this development and innovation and to be part of this regulatory environment?
It's one option for regulation. We have some self-regulatory organizations here in the US in our traditional financial markets. So that is an approach. I think, that's really up to Congress to decide if that's the approach that they think will work in this space. It can have the advantage of having people who are very familiar with the technology and with best practices involved in regulation. On the other hand, some people think that it's better to have the regulator more directly in touch with what's going on in the industry. And so that can be an argument against an SRO. So rather than taking a position on that, I would say I do think to your main question there that it is important for people in the industry who are trying to build new things to be thinking about how they can do it in a way that achieves the regulators' objectives as given to us by Congress, but also allows them to move forward in a way that's consistent with commercial viability. And they can be helpful with that. And they can also be helpful with identifying bad actors who are out there. And that doesn't require an SRO to do. We have a place on our website, tips, complaints, and referrals, where people can come in and they can tell us about bad activity. If it is within our space, we can pursue it. If it's not within our space, we can refer it out to someone else. But I think it is really important for people who are trying to move things forward in a positive way to alert us if there's bad activity that they're seeing.
I agree. What are the relevant agencies that might shape the future? Because there's a lot of change that's going on within our community right now.
Well, I think there are agencies at the federal and the state level, and because there's so many regulators in the United States at both the federal and state level, that could be a lot of different agencies. Of course, the CFTC, the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, is one that we work closely with. The banking regulators at the federal level are also likely to be involved. And then we've already seen a lot of activity at the state level, a lot of, we were talking about sandboxes. There's been sandboxing done at the state level. And I think we have examples that we can learn from there as well. So I think there'll be lots of interest from lots of different people.
On the state level, are there any sandboxes that you want to mention that we should be aware of, so that way people can look at how they're doing this?
Well, there have been a lot of different efforts in different states. Wyoming has been very active in the crypto space. There have been other states, Arizona and others, that have tried to build sandboxes. So I think we can draw from a lot of different experiments. Again, a lot of states have made the decision that they want to try some sandboxing. So we welcome examples, and we hope that the state regulators will speak with us as well.
Yes, for sure. So with the change of the administration and the direction, I know that you're putting in a lot of different things into place right now. What insights can you provide to those that are listening to the summit?
I think the message really is our doors are open. We're trying to talk to as many people as we can. We hope that people will give us their best input about how we can move forward. This is the time that you have an opportunity to shape how regulation develops, and we hope that you'll take advantage of it.
So outside of finance and compliance, what interests you personally in the crypto or DeFi space?
I think generally that the idea that you can remove intermediaries, which can lower costs and also enable people to access a product or service on the same terms as someone else. That's a really interesting concept. I think another interesting concept is you can organize people in a way that you weren't able to before. You can take strangers and enable them to trust one another, through the mediation of code, because they can see what's happening. And so that is interesting to me. And also you can build up potentially a more systemically resilient financial system if you have decentralization. As I said at the beginning, we'll see where the technology is useful and where not. People have lots of ideas, and I'm just enthusiastic about seeing people running these experiments.
So maybe not final question, but a question that I have from the perspective of training and education, both from the consumer side as well as from the professional side. What recommendations or suggestions do you have in that area? Because again, this community is evolving so fast, and to educate regulators, including those within the professionals in the space, what insights do you have on that area?
I mean, my best insight is just talk to as many people as you can. I think that people in this area, and frankly, all the areas we regulate, are very willing to have conversations with us to try to give us their view of the market, and that can be very helpful to us as we try to figure out how to regulate.
Before we sign off and go to the live panel, any last minute thoughts that you'd like to share?
No, I'm just sorry that I can't be there in person. It would have been fun to be part of the broader discussion, but I hope you have a wonderful rest of the conference.
And I'm sure we will. And so for everyone who's listening, stay tuned. We're about to go to the live panel, and thank you so much for being on.
Thanks for having me.
Everyone, welcome. Thank you so much for being on. And we definitely want to give special thanks to Commissioner Peirce for her time and for her insights. So we have panel 3, which is actually about compliance frameworks for emerging technologies and best practices. We've already heard a lot of discussion about various countries that actually have created their own community as a sandbox, Liechtenstein. We've also looked at different viewpoints of the pros and cons of sandboxes, SROs, and economic zones. So this is actually going to be more discussing how do we internally, possibly as a company, as a community, how do we create those frameworks? How do we follow those frameworks? How do we maybe not need that regulation? There's a lot, or maybe we do. So the moderator today for this panel is Allison Moffat. She's with Cogent Law Group. And we also have 3 very, again, distinguished speakers from around the world. We have Enrique, Lisa, and Marjolaine. I'm going to have everyone introduce yourselves because I do not want to miss your backgrounds because of everything that we're discussing today. Each of you have unique insights. So Allison, I'm going to hand it over to you to introduce yourself, and then we're going to, again, do self-introductions.
Thank you, Jackie and Matt. As Jackie said, I'm Allison Moffat. I'm an attorney with Cogent Law Group. I began working in the blockchain and fintech space 5 or 6 years ago, and really enjoy the variety of work that we get to do, including regulatory and compliance work, which I never thought I'd say. And one of the many aspects of the industry that's very interesting is how international it is. And so very excited for this panel because we are going to hear a variety of voices, and I will let you guys introduce yourselves. Enrique, will you start?
Yes. Hello, Alison. Hello, Jackie and the others. My name is Enrique Aznar. I'm from Spain. I'm actually dialing in from Spain now. I'm a lawyer. And I've had the biggest part of my career. I have been a compliance officer with large multinational corporations, some of them undergoing serious governance scandals, corporate scandals. I must say that I was never there when the scandal took place. So I've been either earlier or after or during the scandal. And since 2017, I decided to change career, and I focused on blockchain. So now I combine my time between blockchain projects, blockchain-related projects, and also lecturing at university. Since in 2019, I met a potential client who could not pay for my services, not because they were expensive, but because he was bootstrapping, and offered me to co-found a company that we did in 2020 during the pandemic. And we conducted the first asset tokenization and debt tokenization to fund a real estate project in Spain. And that was a very interesting pioneer project. In 2021, when the Sandbox law was approved in Spain, we applied in the first cohort. We were admitted, and we were supervised by the local securities regulator. And we conducted a similar project, a participatory loan, to fund also real estate project. And we are one of the few projects that have been validated by the regulator, one of the few tokenization projects validated by the Spanish regulator in the context of the Sandbox. So many of the comments from previous speakers sound very resonate a lot, and I will expand a little bit on this later. Thank you.
Thank you. Marjolaine?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I'm Marjolein Geus. I'm a partner and regulatory lawyer at Bird & Bird International Law Firm. My focus is on tech and innovation, and then in particular from the regulatory perspective. I think I'm here also in particular because I'm the project leader for the European blockchain sandbox that we are running for the European Commission. Now, I understood from the introduction that this is not about sandboxes, but sandboxing is my main job actually at the moment. Perhaps a few words about the pan-European regulatory blockchain sandbox. It's pan-European. We are covering 30 EEA countries in that sandbox. It's across all industry sectors, depending on the selected use cases. But in principle, it's across all industry sectors, companies and public entities of all sizes and different applications, DLT on its own or in combination with other technologies like IoT and or AI or quantum computing. It's also a sandbox across all regulatory areas that are relevant. So that is quite a few, and we do that multiple 30 in the European Union. So we really have quite a few, and then we also have the European level. What we do in the regulatory sandbox is we bring together innovators and regulators on a national and European level to enhance understanding from the part of the innovators of relevant laws and regulations, and from the part of the regulators of innovative applications and new technologies and how those impact the applicable regulations. We bring the two groups together in informal, confidential dialogues, cross-border, so typically from many more countries, I should say, and also on EU level, an informal, confidential dialogue. And what I personally think, having been a lawyer now for 30 years in this space, what is very special here, that it is a constructive dialogue. And so actually, innovators and regulators are looking at challenges and also possible solutions from the perspective of trying to solve it, trying to enhance legal certainty. We are currently in the third year, so we already ran 2 cohorts of 20 use cases. In the first cohort, we had 20 use cases over 50 regulators and authorities. In the second cohort, we again had 20 use cases because that's our maximum. But now we have over 90 regulators and authorities. So it really resonates also with regulators and authorities. It also helps them. Apart from the informal and confidential dialogues, we identify best practices, lessons learned at the end of each individual dialogue. If the participants in the dialogue are comfortable with it, we include those in best practices reports. Now, of course, it was the big question for us when we started the project, would we have any best practices that participants would be comfortable in having published? The answer is yes. In the first cohort, we had 20 use cases, 20 good dialogues, and 20 really helpful best practices. They are published in the best practices report for the first cohort, June 2024. Second cohort, we at the very, very end, we will be publishing the second cohort best practices report end of April of this year. And in parallel, we are now working with the third cohort. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa?
Thank you so much. I'm Dr. Lisa Cameron. So I'm not a lawyer, actually. I'm a psychologist by trade. I was the first psychologist to be elected to the House of Commons, UK Parliament. So we always joke because my constituents said that obviously Parliament needed psychologists, and that's, you know, why I was there for such a long time, for 10 years. During this time, we started the Parliament's first ever cryptocurrency and digital assets cross-party group because in 2021, although around about 4 million people in the UK were already involved in the sector at that point in time, we'd had absolutely no debates in the House of Commons on these issues. So we took it upon ourselves, I was chair of the group, to rectify that. And by last year, when I was moving on from Parliament, we had over 250 contributions regarding digital assets in the sector just in that year alone. So we really upped the ante and tried to get parliamentarians more involved and engaged. And most of my work has actually been about educating myself and other MPs. So I include myself in this because when we started, the education levels were very, very low. I mean, we would have discussions about fintech, and there's lots of jargon in this sector. People would speak about CBDCs, they would speak about DeFi, they would speak about fiat. And I remember one session where one of the members of the House of Lords said, "Fiat, I thought we were speaking about digital technology. Why are we speaking about cars?" So, we did have to do quite a lot of education for ourselves to understand the sector, all of the jargon, but also to understand the use cases. And, that's really what I've been working on, looking at blockchain for good, thinking about the types of social and public good use cases and how we can improve people's day-to-day lives. Those are the questions that MPs generally ask of the sector. And we did a huge inquiry report as well during my time, which was the first one on the UK and the regulatory path at the time in relation to cryptocurrency and digital assets. So we've had a huge journey. I now chair the UK-US Crypto Alliance, and I've also developed the Digital Assets Global Forum for Legislators, where we're bringing together MPs from my own experience of actually being quite isolated in the Parliament originally, working on these issues, thinking about, well, what would have benefited me is to actually have had connection with others working in the same sector who were looking at the same issues within their parliaments. So we've been bringing people together in a global forum, and I've also just recently started a new MPs academy as well, blockchain academy with the Polkadot Foundation. So we're doing a lot of work mainly around engaging legislators so that they understand why this sector is vital for the future of the economy, but also for the way we live our lives.
Wonderful. Thank you all for the introductions. And we'll jump into the questions now. Marjolaine, what are the most critical gaps companies face when integrating compliance frameworks with emerging technologies like AI-driven monitoring or blockchain keeping? And how can they avoid fragmented or reactive approaches?
Yeah, that is, of course, a very, very relevant question.
And a lot of layers to it.
Yeah. And well, we come across that a lot in the blockchain sandbox. I would say the most important initial gap is that between design and compliance. Looking at regulation tends to come last, and in a way that is understandable because people are developing the most fascinating use cases from a technical and also functional perspective. And then once that is done, there is a look at regulation, but that is just causing a gap, because if you look at compliance at the end of the development, it's difficult to become compliant if you didn't have it right by chance from the beginning. The solution is also immediately there. Take regulation and compliance on board from the beginning. Look at it from the start and not only at the end. I think another important area of, well, where there's a challenge is that there's often confusion about what are the relevant regulations. And there's the usual suspects, I would say, like data protection, like financial sector regulation. But for instance, financial sector regulation, that is not a one size fits all. There is a whole range of potentially applicable regulations there. And it's important to understand your own use case from the perspective of that regulation. Where are we in that regulation? Where do we want to be? That you don't happen to end up in a certain area of regulation that could have been avoided, and that is perhaps not the best to facilitate the use case. Also, not to overlook certain applicable regulations that are perhaps not always among the usual suspects, like cyber security regulation and data regulation. Also very important areas, and better to take them on board immediately at the beginning instead of being surprised once the project has been, or the product has been developed. And then the third important gap is that the use cases, companies can get a bit frustrated and depressed. Oh, this is so much. Where to start? Where to end? You know what? Let's stay under the radar. That's better. And that is not the solution. It's not a sustainable solution. It's much better to look at regulation and compliance upfront, to go through it. And of course, you need some expert help there. But what we see happening in the sandbox, and also in my normal practice, is if you look into regulation, there are ways to be compliant in an efficient and effective way. And regulation can also be helpful in innovation. That is often overlooked. But if I look at the recent regulation, for instance, MiCAR, I think we are going to discuss MiCAR later. MiCAR is helpful. It's really helpful. Digital identity regulation, we have a new instrument, or an updated legal instrument in the European Union. It's called EIDAS, about digital identity and trust services. That is a helpful piece of regulation. It's helping innovation. So don't be afraid of regulation. Don't be afraid of being compliant. In the end, it's much, much better, and there are solutions.
Thank you. And I think both Enrique and Lisa, you guys are coming from second and third perspectives of working on the regulation to help companies succeed. And then Enrique, you had a pretty smart co-founder who started with the regulatory process and said, hey, I can't afford this. I'm going to bring you on as an equal. And that is something I think all three of us would appreciate from companies we work with. So do you all have anything to add to the gaps that companies are facing, and how to integrate compliance frameworks?
Shall I go now? Yes. Good. Well, I mean, I can only confirm or say that I agree with Marjolaine's perspective. I will try to add some more specific information or guidance for compliance officers to embrace. In a previous panel, Jackie said that the compliance community is still not prepared to face some of these challenges, and well, we are living at a wonderful time, because there are so many things, many exciting things, and there is no doubt these emerging technologies, blockchain, IoT, and AI that Marjorie mentioned, are really rewriting the rules for business. But then at the same time, there is a new world of compliance challenges that we didn't have before. As a compliance officer, I'm a bit biased, and I really agree that innovation and compliance I really think that innovation and compliance don't have to be enemies. That, as previous speakers said, the trick is to be proactive and understand what the main risks and challenges are, and then try to design in advance the framework that is going to protect the business, right? It is true that sometimes, as the previous speaker said, it is difficult to know what the framework is. Until recently, the general complaint was that there is no regulation on blockchain. And this was only partially true, I think, because it is true that there was no specific regulation on blockchain, but there were regulations that directly or indirectly applied to blockchain anyway. So we have seen crazy things done in the security token issuance in the past. Okay, because there was no specific regulation on token on securities being tokenized, it does not mean that securities regulations didn't apply to tokens, right? So, and then we have seen behaviors changing based on some regulatory initiatives actually investigating or even finding some projects or some companies, right? So I think that, and I will try to offer a solution to some of these problems. Another difficulty is, as what was mentioned before, is that many of these new projects, very creative, as the previous speaker said, very innovative, have a global approach, a global scope. And then it is not always easy to know what is the law applicable, but also different laws or different jurisdictions have different approaches to things, right? To give you an example, also on the security token front, under European regulation, and the European Securities Regulation, MiFID, and based on guidelines from the European Supervisory and Monetary Authority, ESMA, a security token does not have the same characteristics of a token in the US that is interpreted in accordance with the Howey test, right? So we may find that a DAO that is creating its own token, and the token is going to be deposited in a pool, may be considered to be a security token in the US, but not in the European Union, right? I don't really want to go into a lot of detail here, but I mean, this is a situation that blockchain business need to be aware of. The same thing with data privacy. Now we have these wonderful systems that are able to track through sensors, etc. But then if they are processing personal data, what personal data regulation applies? Because certain parts of the world, like the European Union with the GDPR, is very strict on privacy matters. In California, there are also very strict regulations, but not all parts of the world have the same approach. So how do you know what you have to comply? And having been a compliance officer myself for multinational corporations in the past, I think it was easier, because when friends asked me, Rick, I mean, if your company works in 35 countries, do you need to know the laws of 35 countries? And my answer was, look, it's easier for us to go to the most stringent regime and apply this regime as our standard, right? Or even we can make it stricter. For example, in the anti-corruption front, the US FCPA allows in certain circumstances to make facilitation payments, right? But okay, maybe we are operating in countries where we could make facilitation payments, but if we think it is not the right thing to do, where in our code of ethics, we are going to say, we are not allowing facilitation payments. And then we created our own standard, similar to the self-regulation that Marjolaine was referring to, right? Now it is more complicated because it is not that easy what is the most stringent, simply that they are different regulations that apply. So one solution that may be helpful is to apply a kind of a modular system where blockchain or technology projects have a kind of a general framework of compliance, but then they have modules that apply in different regions and that they can easily change depending on how regulations evolve in those parts of the world, right? The kind of a Lego system, right, with a general base, but then some different modules that may be adapted according to different requirements. So, and then talking about standards, well, what standards should apply? There are definitely some guidance from OECD, from other bodies, and in the money laundering. There are guidance from organizations, and these guidance are not always aligned fully with local laws, but they provide some guidance. And I think it is also relevant for compliance officers to look into these recommendations. I don't want to take a lot of time about this or go into a lot of detail, but I think that yes, we are facing a very interesting time, compliance officers. I think that what is happening is fascinating. I think that sandboxes are actually a good opportunity to get a business understand what are the challenges, the regulatory challenges, but also to get regulators understand what are the challenges that businesses are facing. So I think I'll stop here, but I hope that I addressed the question.
Oh, thank you. And
I'll just add in very quickly, if that's okay. Just
I'm gonna.
say that,
May I add
yeah,
something to what you're going to say? Because Enrique
course,
tied
of
in some
course.
safeguards and standards. So if you want to answer both questions, please. So thank you, Lisa.
Yeah, no, I was going to say that when I started in the industry in Parliament in 2021, it was actually because my constituent had contacted me and said that they had lost a lot of money on a scam. So my first sort of introduction to the sector, in a sense, was from more of a negative point of view, I would have said at that time, thinking, largely about consumer protection and putting that at the forefront of the work that I was doing in the Parliament, which, continued as a major theme, because we're all thinking about, how can we put the guardrails around? And I think, the more work I did, I realized that a lot of the companies as well, because I kind of went into it, people were saying, oh, what you're going into in the Parliament, having this group, it's like dealing with the Wild West out there, so how are you going to cope with that? But when I spoke to the companies, they themselves wanted regulation because they wanted clarity. So most of the companies, and particularly the good actors, wanted this clarity. And I know when I looked at the research last year from PitchBook, that they were showing actually when the MiCA regulation was coming into place, it meant that there was more investment, therefore, in the European Union because of that coming along the track. So not only is it good in terms of consumer protection, companies know themselves, the good actors know that it's necessary, because if they want this to be mainstream, then it's important for the adoption that they have clarity in what they're doing, and they can focus then on what they're good at, which is the innovation, and they're clear about, what they can and can't do along the way, and they don't kind of fall by the wayside like some of the difficult situations that we experience discussions about in Parliament, like FTX and Terra Luna and some of the other sorts of scandals. So I think it's that balance, isn't it? Consumer protection, it's about making sure that we don't stifle innovation as well. And that's one of the reasons that it's been so important from our perspective to, when we're forming regulation, is having, the industry in the room, as well as consumers and as those who are using the services, and the legislators and the regulators all at the one time, to try to get kind of what works moving forward. And I think the sandboxes are great as well, because people are able to innovate, and they're able to do that within a very safe kind of space, where they've got the support that they need to take things forward. So I feel like this industry is full of individuals who are I mean, many of them are absolute geniuses. I was at Cambridge University listening to some of them speak just the other month, and I have to say I didn't understand most of what they were speaking about, but I knew, my goodness, their IQ was much higher than mine at the time, and I used to test IQs as a psychologist, so I knew that straight away. But, you know, we have these individuals who are innovators, they're genius, they're going to change the way we live our lives, but they do need the guardrails, and that's where compliance officers, where compliance, where having the regulatory clarity is very important. And as has already been mentioned, because this is very global, and that's why I wanted to speak to so many other legislators through my global forum, we need to also start looking at shared standards and interoperability, because it's very complex to be changing things in every jurisdiction. And these are many, I mean, the successful companies are global companies who are going to have offices in many different jurisdictions. So I think, as well as individual jurisdictions obviously having their own things that they'll specialise in or ways of handling things, we need to also start to look at those shared standards. And, you know, even just this week, I had good discussions with Government Blockchain Association about some of those standards developing for different kind of realms, different sectors, like property and land titles, even like voting and how the blockchain technology can help with that. You know, one more topical thing about efficiency in government, which we're always trying to do. Perhaps blockchain can help us move along with those standards a bit better now. And things like that I'm interested in as well, from being on the International Development Committee when I was in the Parliament, looking at how we can actually make aid money get to the most vulnerable and show transparently to the local taxpayer that actually this money is being used wisely and it's making a difference for those who need it right at the front line in changing their lives. So this technology and the people working in it are crucial for the economies moving forward, and that's why ensuring that they have that open conversation regularly with legislators is really at the forefront of the work I'm doing.
Marjolaine, I think you have something to add.
Yeah, I must say that thanks to the other panelists for the great insights. What I would like to mention is we, in the European Blockchain Sandbox, we go through the 3 rounds of application and selection. So we select 20 use cases per annum, and the applications are so diverse, actually. So actually, we have applications in e-voting, we have applications in social aid, and that is going through blockchain DLT technology, and can also be in combination with other technologies. And it's great to see how that can work, and also how we can make that work together, regulators and innovators and advisors, from a regulatory perspective. The other thing that I would like to add, following Enrique's presentation about the standards, is that standards is a very important topic in the European Blockchain Sandbox. There are many questions about standards, and that is not because the standards are already there, but they are in development. And there are so many regulations that refer to standards. So we have standards in relation to cybersecurity and to smart contracts, and in AI, and in supply chain management, in data regulation. There's also blockchain specific standards. For instance, under the eIDAS regulation, there will be certain electronic ledger specific standards. They are not yet complete. There are consultations ongoing. It's not only European, it's international. It is very important that the standards are aligned and that they are not limited, preferably to one region of the world, but that they are international. But in order to make that work, the community need to make sure that their voices are heard. Because if they don't make themselves known and what is needed, the chance that the standards will get it right is going to diminish. And the consultations are ongoing in the different areas. We will have in the second best practices report quite some paragraphs about standards and where the consultations are going on and what is in development. So and I consider that a very important element. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think this next question leads straight from what you all three have just said. And Lisa, how should organizations adapt compliance strategies to align with regulations like MiCA?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's been so interesting as someone from the UK who's been working on the standards there to see the developments in the EU. I mean, I have to congratulate you for all of the work that has been done there. I've been over in Brussels a few times over the past few years and also in Paris as well, where the standards have really been, taking things forward. And I think companies, in my understanding, have been very attracted to the work that's ongoing in MiCA. And actually, when I was over in Paris last year, they were telling me that the regulations there that companies can grandparent, I think it is, into MiCA over a period of time if they are licensed in France. And I think some of the other things you're doing well that perhaps the UK can also learn from is we've had terrible issues with companies in this sector even having access to bank accounts. And my understanding is that within the MiCA regulations that having access to banking is part of the regulatory framework. But I was actually saying, and Rishi Sunak himself, who was Prime Minister at the time, had described that he wanted to have the UK as a hub of cryptocurrency and digital assets. And I was saying, well, that's a great, vision that you have. But if companies can't even open a bank account, how can they pay their staff? So how can we be a hub? So sometimes I think it's that engagement at that level, at the frontline level, where you have to say, yes, we learn from best practice in lots of different jurisdictions and we bring that best practice to the work we're doing. And that's why, I always like to have people from different jurisdictions, like Enrique, Marjolaine, come to the UK to discuss the work they're doing so that we can continue to learn. That's why we're doing the work with the UK US Crypto Alliance to learn from the great progress that's being made now in the US, where things are just, on such a fast-paced trajectory. And we want to try to kind of help companies to know that despite it being complex and there being different regulatory practices so far in different places, that we are communicating and working together to try to streamline this a bit for the future. Because it's global industry. I keep saying this to people. It's not like, when you had a factory down the road, and if government changed a regulation, then the company stayed there and just had to go along with it. If the regulatory process in the UK is adverse to innovation and progress, then people will up sticks and go, because all they need now is their mobile phone, their computer, and off they go to a different jurisdiction. So we need to work together.
Really, well, quickly add that I think this is where the innovation, the sandbox, working with industry and regulators and policymakers is so important, because it's not just the technology. If you also have to help the banking industry get to a point where they're comfortable working with these types of companies. And so thank you all very much. If you have one last quick thought, and then we'll head out. Do each of you would like to give one quick thought for the road?
Yeah. Sure. I mean, I'm happy to start and be very quick. The most pivotal thing that happened for me was when we brought the Children's Parliament to the House of Commons, and they were speaking about technology, Web3, blockchain, and we had the MPs in the room, the members of the House of Lords, and the children aged about 8 to 15. And the question was, who understands these technologies? All the children's hands in the air. hardly any MPs and no members of the House of Lords. So we have a lot of work to do to educate legislators, because this is a digital generation we have growing up. They're digitally native, and this is the future. So we have to make sure we give them the skills and opportunities they should have from this technology evolving.
Thank you.
Yeah, shall I go next?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, my last thought for this panel would be to share is that we need to look at the next generation of compliance in cooperation between regulators, legislators, and innovators. And that is new because until lately, it was the regulators and the authorities on one part of the chessboard and the innovators on the other part of the chessboard, and the innovators trying to avoid as much as possible the conversation with the regulators and authorities, because that might lead to difficult questions that could not be answered. And that is, I think, not the future. I think gradually the insight is growing that success is here in dialogue between the two. It's not being at two sides of the table. It's looking at it together. And then, of course, there can be a point in time where you disagree. That can happen. But for the regulators and authorities to have an open door for parties that would like to discuss things. And I think in the previous speaker round before our panel, that was also a comment made, and I would really like to echo that. I think that is the future, and that is probably also why regulatory sandboxes are actually quite becoming quite popular, and that's for a reason. Thank you.
Oh, you're muted.
My comment goes in the same direction, actually. I really think that collaboration is key, particularly in this new paradigm that we are all learning new things, and law will always follow. Although in Europe we have the tendency to regulate first and then make things happen, but still, I mean, we need to communicate and dialogue. I want to congratulate and actually thank regulators for their attitude. One of the things that I have experienced is that in the first cohort of the sandbox, the regulator was very strict and didn't fully understand the role of or the role of his role in the sandbox, right? That's a kind of an experimental ground to do things that are not regulated or need some special care. So in my project, we found that because things were not according to law, we could not do them. And then the point was, well, if we are directly supervised and the potential impact is minimum, why cannot we experiment on this area? Eventually, other cohorts other projects in other cohorts tell me that the attitude has changed completely, that the regulator has learned not only from previous experiences, but also one thing that I can confirm is that when European or Spanish law adapted to this European regulation, the pilot regime, some of the concerns that we have had, some of the challenges that we had faced in the first cohort were actually addressed by the law, right? So I think that in a way, perhaps we did not learn much about the project because we had done a similar project outside of the sandbox, but definitely the regulator understood what the challenges of the sandbox were, what the right attitude to make the whole thing constructive was, and then even got inspired to introduce some changes into regulation when regulation had to change eventually. So I think it is a very positive experience, and I think that this dialogue that Marjolijn was talking about definitely is the way forward, in my view. Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you all so much. Thank you, Jackie and the BLI and Matt. And I mean, this panel is the perfect epitome of what everybody's talking about. legislation, regulator, and compliance. Like, so this can move forward, and it's an exciting conversation and a global conversation. So thank you all.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Allison, for moderating. Thank you, everyone who's on this panel. One of the quick takeaways that I've in listening to everyone is labels don't exist. I mean, whether you call it SRO, sandbox, or economic zones, it's about innovation, and it's about blending, and it's about communication between those that are going to do the regulation and those that are doing the creation. So we can package it anyway, but it all will have the same application. So I want to thank you, because our next panel is in the wings, but I also want to thank our sponsors. And I know that we have some commercials that we are going to be sharing as we transition everyone in and out. So definitely we want to thank Rio Digital and Stewart's Humphreys and all the others who have been supporting us. So thank you, panelists, for being here as we go into our next panel. So thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Stewart's Humphreys has been a integral part of this conference, and we're going to hear from some of their team coming up soon. Really appreciate what they've been doing. So Jackie, this has been lovely. I'm going to make a couple remarks while we get everybody in here.
Yeah, please do, because we have a very interesting panel right now.
I know, and I think we're running a little bit behind too, but it's interesting that government efficiency came up in that last panel. That's quite a subject these days. And I think we all know that, the decentralized ledger technology is a big part of that. Other than that, great timely panel. Again, so much going on in the United States. I think Dr. Lisa, mentioned that again. Things are moving fast. So here we are. Let's get going. We got RJ to lead us off.
We do. I see that we have some panelists that are here in the backstage that will also be coming on. Richard Jackson is our moderator for today, and he's the Deputy Attorney General for Cybersecurity Technology and Digital Assets within Oklahoma. And as I have asked all the other panels to do, we have a very interesting group of individuals with a background that would not do me justice to share. So I'm going to ask everyone to introduce yourselves. And then we're going to go into our questions, because we've had a variety of responses in the last panels. And I'm interested to see about building trust through self-regulation and how we can encourage each other to be more ethical in our community. So Richard, I'll let you introduce yourself.
Sure. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, or whatever time it may be, wherever you are. I'm Richard Jackson. I'll be moderating today. I am the Deputy Attorney General for Cybersecurity, Technology, and Digital Assets in the state of Oklahoma. So kind of the subject matter expert on novel and emerging technologies, as they may be subject to regulation or oversight, or sometimes enforcements. And as it relates to DORA, I'm the Director of Intergovernmental Communications, or Intergovernmental Affairs, which is basically the lead liaison between federal and state government bodies.
Who would like to go next? Diana, would you like to go?
Sure. I'm Diana. I run research and the Global Standards Mapping Initiative, which is the think tank under GBBC, Global Blockchain Business Council. We are an industry association in the blockchain, digital asset, and convergence of emerging tech space, and we bring together different stakeholders toward responsible innovation, and it is a pleasure to be here.
Enzo, would you like to go next?
Sure. So I'm actually in the Standard Hotel in New York, which was quiet about an hour ago, and now it's not getting as quiet. I guess it's kind of later in the day on Friday, so becoming very busy all of a sudden. So my name's Enzo Villani. I've been in fintech for about 25 years. Most actually notably, I worked for NASDAQ full-time from 2001 to 2007, but I started working with the NASD in 1998. I built a lot of fintech platforms for the NASDAQ, and I also ran the NASDAQ corporate services business, which I started in 2003, and that basically was all the corporate products for the issuers, and then I did roll-ups in that space also So I bought actually DF King, and I rolled up 6 companies and basically put them together to create a global organization. So, and then I did it in actually Brazil and China. So we did a roll up amongst those companies. So dealing a lot with comms and actually shareholder communications, investor relations, compliance, proxy solicitation work. Now I've been in crypto for 10 years. I came into it because I believe crypto is the most, well, not crypto, but really blockchain is the most advanced clearing and settlement system in the world. And basically, I run 2 funds. One is a Web3 fund and one is an Alpha Liquid fund. The Alpha Liquid fund, we've actually started building a terminal, which is a agentic Web3 terminal. So if you want to add even more complication to regulation, add agents, Web3 agents that are actually AI, and you go into a whole different other sandbox. But it's been exciting so far, and I look forward to the conversation. And I am going to try to move because there's a big party next to me now. So I will probably go off screen for about a minute. Okay.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Hiro, I welcome you to this panel. Would you like to share your background? Because I know it's you've been in this space for many years.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Hiroshi Uehara. I am coming in from Tokyo. And please excuse my English. English is my second language, so I don't speak good English. So please forgive me. Yes, I am the representative director of CoinHub. CoinHub is a Japanese exchange duly licensed by FSA. FSA is a financial service agency, which is equivalency of SEC in America. And I am the first class member of JVCEA. JVCEA is Japan Virtual and Cryptocurrency. Japan Virtual and Crypto Exchange Associations. This is SRO, but it is different from other SRO because we are fully commissioned to regulate anything crypto in Japan. So I am the member of SRO, but at the same time, the member of the regulating body. So thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to this conversation.
Thank you so much. And Hugo.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. Nice to meet you all. So I'm Hugo, French by accent and passport, grew up in Spain, studied in the UK. I've been living for the past 13 years in Brazil. Most of my experience is in emerging markets. I've been working in hedge funds, private equity, very traditional finance, alternative investments. In 2016, I set up my investment bank in between Buenos Aires and São Paulo to help tech startups and digital SMEs raise money, trying different kind of strategies. It's been very challenging on the debt and credit side, which led me back in 2018 to create the nowadays leading revenue-based financing platform in Latin America, mostly in Mexico and Brazil, called A55. So we finance more than 1,000 digital companies, and mostly in a sort of pre-SoftBank, pre-venture capital era, where this was a major way to include digital entrepreneurs from the internet into the formal economy and the formal capital markets and capital systems. And I've been working for the past year now at Tools for the Commons that I founded about a year ago to build digital economic zones. So to go mostly in what I like to call the Proud South. That sometimes is sadly called the Global South, but let's call it the Proud South, where we try to leapfrog within the governance vertical and to create civic sandboxes that are constitutionally recognized and financially and institutionally and diplomatically recognized, where we can test new models of societies that are digital first. We started in East Africa, and we are now rolling out to South America, Central Asia, and Europe. So very glad to be with you all.
Thank you so much. Richard, I'm going to let you start and our moderation.
Great, thanks. So I think what we'll do is we'll actually take it in reverse introductory order. So Hugo, beginning with you, leveraging your experience that you've had speaking, into the Proud South and community engagement, my question for you is, how important is community engagement in building trust through self-regulation, and what strategies have proven most effective for fostering collaboration between the SROs and their communities?
Sure. So I think most of us here share this interest for decentralization and for more inclusion when it comes to the civic stack, and to have people more involved into public goods, public infrastructures, and public life. So SROs are definitely of interest for this. But when we move away from hyper-centralization, then for real, the civic stack becomes the responsibility of everybody. And we need a strong engagement to make those organizations thrive, because otherwise they will basically self-implode if community cannot be significantly engaged. So I've been thinking about a few mechanisms and strategies that I found in some governance frameworks that to me are pretty interesting in terms of and representative of community engagement to make organizations thrive. Within the crypto space, I would say that Bitcoin is probably the most interesting one. The Bitcoin community is extremely engaged. It started as a peer-to-peer cash system, and increasingly it's being merged into mainstream and mainline organizations such as central banks and such as traditional registry. And Bitcoiners, they are very engaged, very radical, very probably like a different sort of animal within the crypto space. And we can like it or not, but for sure it wouldn't be the biggest market cap, and it wouldn't be as scalable without this community engagement and this ability to foster node and to really stick to a core DNA. So this would be an example of a strategy of a peer-to-peer system, and in that case, it's internet cash and digital money. I can think about other examples such as PPP, public-private partnerships, that I saw in multiple circumstances within the economic zone context. So here I can think about the ZEDEs in Honduras, for instance, that enable private business plans to operate along with the state with a public-private partnership to operate a microzone with a substantial autonomy. I can also think about the Middle East, mostly in Dubai, with the DIFC, Dubai International Financial Center, where there's a legal agreement in place to create a common law kind of framework within the Middle East, and in a completely different original culture regarding law and common law. I can think about the third tactics. So number one, peer-to-peer. Number two, public-private partnership. Number three would be direct democracy and liquid democracy, mostly facilitated through tech rails. And here I can think about V-Taiwan, that has been substantially developed by Audrey Tang, the ex-Minister of Innovation in Taiwan, where basically the state through V-Taiwan became almost like direct democracy GitHub repository, where every single week developers, civic developers actually can upload the public policies, functional public policies, pre-programmed public policies into a national repository. And every single week, those direct suggestions can be incorporated directly with the power of law. So I think that's a very interesting way to engage communities in a very straightforward manner. I can think about DAOs, which would be the fourth tactic. So increasingly, even in the West, DAOs are getting integrated. So we can think about Maryland in the US, Wyoming in the US. We're starting to work in Cyprus within the EU in a specific format. The Marshall Islands have been developing this. Cayman is working on this as well. So that's a way to engage community participants and to give them diplomatic and economic representation through this hybrid peer-to-peer web-based co-ops and mainline infrastructures. And last but not least, probably what we are doing, building digital economic zones. So how to reconsider and reconfigure the internet not as a technology, but as a territory, and to create the new one country, two systems approach for the post-digital world, where within the constitution, we can basically alter the principles of the state, recognizing a second state or a parallel state to organize the internet territory that can be nationalized and that runs on a different operating system, which is ours, and that can hence engage community beyond borders. So really focusing on communities that have shared values, that unite them, that keep them very engaged, so that they can create basically their own nation or sub-nation within the stack that's pre-recognized constitutionally, and then they can create society within this digital economic zone. So these are the 5 main tactics I can think about to engage communities and to create scalable and sustainable SROs.
Great. And so taking community engagement and then transitioning that into the role or the function of an SRO, Hiro, can you speak to how SROs could proactively address compliance challenges in high-risk areas like decentralized finance in order to build trust with regulators and the public? So speaking both the community engagement side and then now the regulatory side.
Thank you. Yes. Of course, SRO, by the way, SRO is self-regulatory organization, regulating organization, such as ours, JVCA. So of course, the quick answer to that is number 1, investor protection. Number 2, protecting the market integrity by disclosure and so forth. But I don't want to talk about something everyone knows. So I like to go into more of my personal experience. This is not hearsay. This is not what I read. This is what I experienced. I just wanted to share with you about SRO and pertaining to your question. I like to jump further and declare, I like to say that SRO is the answer to all the problem we have right now. So this is what happened 3 years ago. The leading political party in Japan, Liberal Democratic Party, it's called, but name doesn't matter. The leading party, Prime Minister, declared that Japan wants to lead Web3 revolution. So the government created a task force, the scholars, regulators, everyone from Tokyo University, Harvard, Yale, the geniuses got together, studied 1 year, and then they came up with this brilliant idea. However, in Japan, there are several SROs in Japan, but 2018 there was a big hacking incident at CoinCheck. That's about $500 million of crypto asset was stolen, hacked. Since then, the Japanese government decided, okay, the regulator couldn't handle $500 million steal. So what can we do? The best they could think of is taking the best members of each SRO and creating this elite organization called JVCA and give them all the authority to self-regulate the industry. So in other words, the government wants to do something about the crypto, they have to come to us, JVCA, and consult with us. And 1.5 years ago, I'm sorry, my English is so bad. They came to us and said, okay, we want to talk about this new program, new regulation that really helps everyone. Because the other problem, I know it's not just in Japan. I think previous Dr. Someone was talking about this. If you wanted to open a bank account and your business is doing anything with crypto, if you're a licensed exchange, maybe. But even us, licensed exchange, the bank will do not like to give you a bank account. And if you're just business dealing with crypto business, the bank will not allow you even to transfer money, not the bank account, nothing. And this not just the companies, everyone. So the banks are not refusing to do business with cryptos. However, in Japan right now, 5 months ago, there were 11 million account, and the total asset by account holder was 2.9 trillion yen. In today's exchange rate, it's somewhere between 21 billion to 28 billion dollars. And this is only fraction because most of the Japanese traders, they have foreign account and probably 4 or 5 times bigger than that. So we are talking hundreds of billions of dollars of assets already held in by those Japanese traders. So they wanted to do something. The government wanted to do something. Government wanted to legitimize the crypto trading. So the big idea they came was, okay, let's put crypto into security category. In Japan, there's type 1 security, type 2 security. Type 1 security is a liquid security, which is government bond, corporate stocks. Type 2 security is a not so liquid security, such as partnership interest in LLC, something like that. So they came up with this brilliant idea. The people who are running Tokyo Stock Exchange, 1/3 of the world economy today, came up with this brilliant idea to put all the crypto into security category. And so I said no. And not just me, the president of Binance Japan, I believe he said no too. But I gave them 12 pages of big no, and they backed off. And such regulation wasn't made reality. And now what they're trying to do is, okay, then let's create. I don't know if this will go or not, but this is what we are talking with the government right now. Okay, let's create third new category of security, but the government won't control. You control JBCA. So the self-governing body control a new category of security. Maybe it's a good idea because we have to face the reality that no bank is going to do a business with you if you're in crypto. So maybe this is I don't know, but this is just maybe this only works in Japan. I don't know. Other country maybe it doesn't work, but to me, as of right now, so we are trying to create this, and this will help my vision, our vision, that the sponsor of this today's event, your project, I'm personally, I'm part of it. We need to create an alternative banking system, not the bank, but with cryptos, and we want to do it. And my exchange, CoinHub, got okay by Japanese SEC, which is FSA, to set up ATMs all over Japan, crypto ATMs. This is Web3. All the crypto could be turned into fiat using our ATM and fiat into crypto. And this ATM is connected with online shopping platform. So this is Web3 coming through, and that could be only enabled by us, JBCA, the self-regulatory body. If we made it up to the regulators, they could come up 1,000 reasons to say no, because they're so smart. If you give them time, and they are Harvard grad lawyers, they will find a reason to say no. But anyhow, so my assertion that my main point I wanted to state today is hell with the regulators. the self SRO could be the answer that we are all looking for. It's trying to regulate this crypto field is just like trying to calm a raging river with iron plate. It won't work. It has to be from the self-regulating. That's what I believe. And I'm sorry, I'm from East, so I'm not familiar with West very much. But doesn't it say in your Bible? Somewhere in the Bible it said something like this: "Be silent and know that I am God." So the answer is always already here. Answer is within us. We represent probably 5 million accounts all over the world, probably $500 billion of deposit. I'm just talking about the Japanese traders. So we know the answer. We have the answer. Why do we go to regulators who, after 3 years, all they could think of was, okay, well, we're going to just put it as a security. And then right after that, by the way, SEC lost against, I think, Ripple. The Ripple. Yeah, and the friend of mine, the friend of ours is executive of SBI Bank, and I believe the SBI owns a big chunk of Ripple Lab in Seattle, and the main shareholder. Well, anyhow, that's beside the point. But yeah, I'm sorry, it took so much time.
No, it's
I wanted to say
bold assertions, and
I'm sorry.
so if no, it's a very welcome hot take. And so I guess, Enzo, if Hiro is correct and the answer is SROs, while the answer may be simple, it's not always easy. In thinking about the SRO taking on that regulatory role, how can SROs operating in different jurisdictions, like the ones that Hugo mentioned, collaborate to create global frameworks that promote consistency while also respecting kind of the regional regulatory differences that may exist?
Great. Yeah, I agree with you, Hiroshi. I think so. I'll just tell you a story from my experience. So right before COVID, I had become the head of strategy for OKX, which is China-based exchange. They were a client. I was advising them, and they made me the head of strategy on the international side because everything outside of China. And and then COVID hit. After 6 months, we shut everything down, but because we didn't know what was happening, right? Everybody kind of froze. So, but during those 6 months, my position was to create an SRO, and I actually presented the idea at Malta and a few other places on behalf of my position. And OKX was pretty active as kind of like the way crypto exchanges were, right? Doing what crypto exchanges did in 2018, in 2019. And they were very pro this idea. Now, I did know other top executives at other major exchanges, and there was openness to it, but the problem was they were making too much money to even consider how do we, they're all competing and the area was still very gray. Now we have, and I always said to them, I said, look, the technology of blockchain and crypto or cryptography or cryptocurrencies and all that tech stack is a tech stack. And if you separate the tech stack from the asset class, then you can easily define these things. The problem is everyone's like living in this weird world because it was born out of something called Bitcoin, which is fantastic, but it literally is a clearing and settlement system. The second story that I'll say is in 1999, I helped to launch NASDAQ Japan, NASDAQ Europe, and Nasdaq Dubai. And I was still a consultant. It was like 1998, 1999. And the idea was to do 24/7 trading. 2 weeks ago, Nasdaq approved 24/7 trading. That's literally 20 years, over 20 years later. So I think about 20 years later. So when you think about the pace of Wall Street or the pace of financial technology, there's a lot of vested interest in interest or T+3 settlement. There's vested interest in keeping the system the way it is. But the good thing right now, at least in the United States, David Sachs is smart, is intelligent enough, and so is Hester Pierce, to say that there's 4 different versions of the asset, or 4 versions. One is the commodity, so that's easy, CFTC, Bitcoin, Ethereum, whatever, right? The second is this collectible, which is kind of like a toy, right? Or e-commerce, art, assets that don't really do anything. They're just fun. Meme coins, Pepe, and that is really just an e-commerce play. It's a tradable e-commerce play, like eBay. Third is a security, and fourth is a utility, which is literally running L1s, running decentralized nodes, DPIN. Really, what the promise of blockchain technology is, not Bitcoin, but the promise of blockchain technology merged with, let's say, AI, which is what we're focused on. So when you bring it all together, I think that there's 2 ways to do it. And this is what I had pitched early on. I can send you the guys the presentation as a public presentation. It's from 2016. And it basically stated that we would do, each government, we would have a framework. I also worked on something called XBRL, which became the framework for the financial content, markup language, which took forever because the taxonomies were all different. But what we do is we do like a fixed protocol or a XBRL type protocol, very light kind of regulations for certain parts of the product, like including the meme coins probably wouldn't even have any kind of, I don't know what they would have, maybe a very light touch. But you would then have everyone kind of have a framework, and then they would apply it to their local jurisdictions. And the SRO could be SRO, it would be a version of each of the SROs in each of the major jurisdictions, because I've rolled up companies and shareholder communications on a global basis, and there are definitely local culture and laws and regulations that are different in France versus London. I mean, there's a difference. So I think you can't try to do global domination type stuff. I think that doesn't work. I think best practices and protocols, that works. And then I would say what I had pitched was our SRO, our global SRO, which was mostly a framework, kind of like the Paris Accord. I was basing it on the Paris Accord. So by doing something like that, then we would all have this kind of system where we would have like a tape, a reporting system, which is blockchain basically. And then we would join the world actually Federation of Stock Exchanges. If we were like all the guys that were on the security side, the RWAs, that group of the SRO, members would join like the World Federation of Stock Exchanges, let's say, so that they could even include best practices and also affect the best practices of normal like equities exchanges. If you were on the kind of utility side, though, we would have completely our own, because it is a different animal. You might, something converts it, it could be no one's decentralized from day one. It's virtually impossible. So if you wanted to do it the right way, you'd have to have the utility token, because there's 4 versions. The commodity one, it doesn't matter. It's a commodity. So Bitcoin can live free as the way it wants to. It's not included on the kind of utility. The big gap is that one, the utility coin, which is basically energy. You're basically it's taking energy and executing something with energy, and it's network based. That, I believe, would have to have its own set of rules and laws. And a lot of it is pretty simple. To protect the investor, all you have to say is, right when you go out and you have a light touch form, so you identify KYC, no more anons. You don't need anons anymore. If no one's going to put you in jail or choke point your bank or do all this lawfare, which to be honest, after being in this for 10 years, I'm shocked. I've been dealing with the SEC for 20 years or whatever, 10, 15 years. Shocked what happened with the SEC. The SEC never lost cases. They've kind of destroyed their value and their authority by doing what they did. That was just not a good move. So you want to be able to be respectful of government, respectful of laws, and it's also a civil organization. It's not a legal organization, so that's another problem. But you want to be respectful of laws, but you also don't want a lawfare, which is what it sounded like, happened to this industry. And this isn't cannabis. They always compare us to cannabis.
So I don't want to interrupt you, Enzo, because I love the conversation that's going on, but I have to. Well, sort of. But I want to make sure Diana has time because we actually have one more panel, and it's amazing the conversation, the richness of this, and everyone has been contributing great ideas that we now need. Next steps, is actually the application. And so Richard, I'm going to ask you to ask Diana the question that she has, so she has the time, because I know she also, being part of GBBC, it's global and they're doing so much research and so much application. So Richard, what question do we have for Diana?
Yeah, it's kind of great. It's great that we're punctuating with this one because it ties in a little bit of the kind of the community element that Hugo was speaking to, kind of SROs taking the lead front. The hero spoke to, and then of course, as Enzo is saying, there's somewhat of a federated nature of this that both needs to be respectful, but also we need to kind of drive collaboration. So Diana, to put a bow on this panel, how can the SROs, our sandboxes, economic zones, foster international collaboration between the regulators that Enzo and Hiro have spoken about, that Hugo has referenced on the community side, and also our blockchain innovators, people actually building the technologies to create more unified global compliance frameworks?
Thank you so much, RJ and Jackie. And I just want to first start with echoing what Ugo, Hiro, and Enzo mentioned on the promise and the usefulness of models like SROs, which, in addition to sandboxes and economic zones, I'm going to give a very high-level international approach from what we see as GBBC's research and resources all over the world, and kind of draw insight into potentially the pros and cons and why the world has leaned in certain directions as opposed to others. SROs, sandboxes, and economic zones being three different approaches that regulators can take as ways to support innovation within regulated environments. They're ways to bring together different stakeholders, different perspectives, toward working together toward harmonized rules. This is something that I love, and that's why I love my job at GBC, bringing together different minds, people who approach a given problem or issue from a different perspective. And that is honestly the best way to address problems or any kind of challenge, by poking holes at each other's logic and bringing new experiences, right? So that I want to say maybe the North Star of harmonized rules and clear rules across the board are key in order for the space to scale, in order to resolve underlying issues like interoperability and security, AML across the board. Nobody wants fraud. There are certain issues that everybody agrees with. And at GBBC, through our Global Standards Mapping Initiative, we actually developed an interactive regulatory map where we have mapped out over 200 jurisdictions globally on their regulatory developments just for blockchain and digital assets. And just from that broad overview, I can say regulators are dealing with questions of how to leverage already existing laws and regulations and legislative developments to provide clarity around blockchain and digital assets, addressing how they may fit within existing frameworks. But that being said, as the space also presents novel issues, there is agreement that there should be dedicated resources focused on just digital asset innovations, because otherwise, if innovation is seen as a side initiative, then other priorities may take precedence and delay the adequate measures that we need in order to provide for registration and licensing, decision-making, and the successful implementation of regulatory frameworks that work not only within a jurisdiction, but in conjunction to the rest of the world, because we are dealing with global markets. And issues like tax, legal status of smart contracts, liability when there's no intermediaries, taxonomies, definitions, those are all novel issues. And they're also issues that are changing. So due to the rapid change of this technology, there is also a need for additional knowledge, research, and capacity building to fill these gaps. So these three approaches, I want to say, can complement each other and also provide insight as these regulatory developments and testing are still underway. I do want to highlight, again, it's important to do it right, because there may be drawbacks. And now I'm going to go into each of these three approaches and kind of mention some examples and pros and cons. Starting with SROs, in the context of market supervision, SROs requiring setting up a new organization as government bodies. What we've seen in the blockchain and digital asset space through our research of the regulatory map is the ability to take lessons from traditional markets, like we have in like the US, the New York Stock Exchange, NASDAQ, FINRA, overseeing broker-dealers and financial professionals. The aim is to ensure fair, ethical, and efficient practices. And in blockchain and digital assets, the benefits of the concept of SROs are to provide a mechanism for self-regulation and enforcement that comes from a more informed perspective and industry expertise from the actual innovators, as opposed to sometimes the regulators that are still studying. And I do want to highlight the example of Japan. I'm sure Hiro could speak to this much better than me, but the example of the JVCA having been the first SRO that drew from the lessons and also the experience of Japan as a country in the early days of crypto, having experienced the hacks and the early scandals, and seeing the opportunity to expand oversight and bring in the perspective of the actual innovators. And it's been a very, very interesting example that has really taken precedence all over the world. I think at the beginning, licensed crypto exchanges, and what I found interesting was they have a very specific public set of guidelines for the space that range from understanding market players, investors, and regulators, ensuring, like Hiro said, market integrity, providing clarity. The issues to take into account with SROs are to do it in the right way that does not lead to potential conflicts of interest, potential abuse from information asymmetries, or potential agency challenges, which again highlights the importance of bringing different stakeholders together. I do want to highlight also back to the research that we've done going into regulatory sandboxes. They have been a more popular approach that we've seen across jurisdictions. We have documented about 51 initiatives all over the world toward regulatory sandboxes, and it's really spanned from multiple African countries, Asia, Europe, Middle East, Latin America, and the Caribbean, North America, on a statewide, state-by-state initiative. And these regulatory sandboxes often involve market infrastructure groups, central banks, partnerships, public-private sector, like Ugo mentioned, and also intersectional working groups, and providing a controlled environment where businesses can test innovations under the supervision of a regulator has been a big draw for many stakeholders in the space. Many innovations in blockchain and digital assets, including, for example, DeFi. I want to highlight, we just published a DeFi fact card, and which is based on a report and the work of a working group that will continue throughout this coming year. But the importance of sandbox testing, and also on the one hand, the innovators needing to go through sandbox testing as registration, licensing, services, laws, and regulatory frameworks evolve. But on the other hand, it goes two ways: the informal path for regulators to familiarize themselves with these innovations. And from the perspective of DeFi, again, the importance of providing a testing environment as a pre-go live, and safety checks, audits, and across the board. Sometimes they can involve innovations, incubation workshops with security reviews. So there's many ways of setting them up. There's many different focus areas. The drawback of regulatory sandbox could be the costs, the resources that it takes, and making sure to set them up in a way that doesn't cause an uneven playing field or a limited scope and duration, where you wouldn't see the actual results, the actual shared learnings that we want. And when we talk about, also finally leading to the final point of economic zones, regulatory sandboxes can often be very effective within the context of economic zones, being designated areas where a country that specifies specific different trade and investment laws. It could be English common law, English language laws, and attracting investment and support in economic activity. These have also been done across the board. We've seen a lot of examples starting from the US, the Catawba Digital Economic Zone that was launched in late 2022. They have a strong relationship with us as GBBC, and it's interesting to see how they are not just a special jurisdiction within the US offering its own civil laws and legal systems, but also the first entirely virtual special jurisdiction that has been devoted to innovation in financial services. And the interesting part of this is it includes blockchain digital assets, also AI, and the convergence of different innovations. So again, the benefit of bringing different stakeholders together. And it's also the first time that a jurisdiction like this falls under a Native American population, overseeing a broad field of commerce. So they can be set up in many different ways. In the Middle East, and I know it's been mentioned before in this conversation, we're seeing a lot of promise in the examples in the UAE with Abu Dhabi Global Market that was set up initially as its own registration authority, its own courts, and applying UK law, and also the Dubai International Financial Center, DIFC, which has been very successful in attracting a lot of international testing, a tax-friendly environment. And also we've had very strong relationship in Central Asia with the AIFC, the Astana International Financial Center. It's an authority that has been developed to basically promote Kazakhstan's non-banking financial sector and providing a favorable environment to test these innovations. And in China, a couple of years ago, we actually wrote a report in close conjunction with one of their ministries of innovation that provided a very detailed view, rather rare, given China being the very domestic-focused economy as it is. And they provided a lot of insight on what they called their Z parks. There's many policy developments through local economic zones that are incentivizing the use of blockchain at a domestic level and the adoption of the national digital currency. And we wrote an entire report on that as part of our annual country spotlights of the Global Standards Mapping Initiative. But they've been very, very dedicated to this, even though you don't hear about it in the public, because they are they're very domestic focused. They're really promoting the role of blockchain technology. And again, emerging markets, global South, proud South, like Ugo had mentioned, we're seeing economic zones and projects toward them in Nigeria, Bhutan, Honduras, El Salvador, Philippines, and many more. Potential drawbacks could be to be aware of, potential breaches in labor and environmental best practices, and again, regulatory arbitrage, which is always a possibility. So again, highlighting the importance of doing this right. And to end this, all these should be good efforts toward harmonizing regulations, harmonizing and clarifying rules, especially as blockchain and digital assets open truly global markets that can draw on global sources of liquidity to trade any asset anywhere through tokenization, potentially anything, any form of representation of value being traded for anything else across borders, peer-to-peer. This really opens up a lot of opportunity, and it requires a lot of learning and benchmarking from each other, whether it be between regulators and innovators or also across jurisdictions. There's many international bodies, standard setters, and just overall regulators all over the world that are participating, and including also networks like the GFIN and across the board. So it's a very exciting time, and we will continue seeing these develop. We're seeing a lot of changes and developments, and with every year of our GSMI and the launch of our interactive regulatory map, we're seeing a lot of growth in these developments and a lot of international shared lessons learned, which is very exciting.
Very, very exciting and very thorough. Thank you so much, Diana. Thank you, Richard, for being our moderator. Thank you, everyone who's been on this panel. I know our next panel is waiting in the back room, and I cannot even go into a summary of what we've learned right here. We will be doing a summary at our EndNote, though. And again, thank you so much, everyone, for being on. I'm going to have you exit so we can actually come on our next panel. And
thank you.
Really, everyone, you're breaking news right now, and you don't realize how much you're breaking news, but we'll be featuring that next week on our news panel. So everyone, thank you so much. And we're going to bring on our next panel, which is about blockchain and economic zones. And we have 6 people, I believe, or 5 people. Anthony Howell, who's the Director and Foreign Overseas Representative from Bermuda, who's our moderator today. We have representatives from Liberland. We have attorneys. We have individuals from the blockchain space. We have lawyers. We have from the Cayman Islands Enterprise City. Again, such a diverse group that I'm going to have each of you quickly give an intro, because I would like to get to the questions. And I know that your backgrounds really deserve more like 2 hours of conversation, and we only have a short time. So my apologies on that. So Anthony, would you like to go first in terms of quick intro, and then I'll have you bounce it to everyone else?
Sure, no problem. I'm happy to be here. Thank you very much, Jackie and Matt, for having me here today and moderating such a fantastic panel. Apologies if my camera is a little bit messed up today. I don't know why why it's doing that to me of all times. My name is Anthony Howell. I am the overseas representative for the government of Bermuda. I run our Washington, D.C. office. We very much focus very highly within the fintech and digital asset and financial technology space. So I'm always appreciative to work alongside fantastic individuals within the space here. Thank you. Leave it to Joey next.
Joey, we can't hear you.
Are you on mute, Joey?
It may be a system microphone.
While you maybe think about the tech, we're going to move on to the next person to introduce.
Okay. Is that me?
Yeah, sure. That would be
okay.
wonderful.
And you can hear me? Okay.
We can hear you. Thank you.
All right. Very, very good. Very good. So yeah, I'm Charlie O'Connell. I'm the CEO at Cayman Enterprise City here in the Cayman Islands. And our project is designed to attract knowledge and technology-focused businesses, including those in the blockchain and virtual asset space, to set up a genuine physical presence here in the Cayman Islands.
Fantastic. John, you're next.
Thank you very much. Excited to be here. My name is John McLean. I'm a partner and the head of banking and regulatory at Stewart Humphreys in the Cayman Islands. We're a specialist funds firm with an active blockchain and digital asset practice. We've set up hundreds of blockchain and digital asset entities. I'm experienced from London, Dubai, and the Cayman Islands. I've been an attorney for almost 20 years, and I've been with Stewart's now for almost 6 years.
Excellent. Wonderful. Christian, you're next.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Christian Betancourt. I am an attorney. I am based on the free city of Prospera most of the time. I'm managing partner at Ixion, a firm that specialized in financial matters, medical and biotech, and also just projects related to Web3 and digital assets. And we also have a practice just focused on special economic zones. I have been involved in the development of special economic zones, mostly in Latin America and Sub-Saharan Africa, most notably right here in Prospera. So I'm very happy to be here.
Excellent, wonderful. Rock, how about you?
Hey guys, my audio okay?
Yep.
Cool. I'm Rock Zacharias. I'm the CEO of Lunar Digital Assets. I think I'm, it seems like on this panel, I'm the more Web3 native person maybe. But yeah, so I'm the CEO of LDA, which is a venture studio. We incubated Polygon, QuickSwap, and a bunch of others. I'm also on the Polygon Grants Board, so manage the $1 billion grant fund for Polygon. I'm a BitAngels city leader for Los Angeles, which is an investment and pitch network. And then I'm also a mentor for Tim Draper's Bitcoin Fi Accelerator.
Excellent, Rock. Glad to have you here. And Joey, welcome back again.
All right, can you guys hear me this time?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Awesome. So my name is Joey Langerbutter. I am an ambassador at large for the Free Republic of Liberland. I am filling in today for President Vitt. He's a very busy man, so just bear with me today. And I'm the CEO of DNA Citizen, where we help people move overseas and stuff like that. And we are the first country to essentially adopt blockchain for our governance, and we are working on UN recognition.
Excellent. Wow, wonderful. This panel is fantastic, and Liberland has done very much a lot in the space. I think it's taking a very proactive approach to it, especially as a micronation. So I'll start off with you, Joey. As a micronation, with this economic zone mindset and approach, how has Liberland extended this approach to regulations, innovation, and economics, while maintaining compliance standards and promoting itself as a haven for the innovation?
Great. Awesome. Thank you so much for the question. So when it comes to regulatory framework, we need flexibility when it comes to compliance. So when it comes to regulation, we need it on a minimal level. So Liberland adopts a light touch regulatory environment. So we want to prioritize ease of business formation, contract enforcement, intellectual property protection. And while we do this, this will attract startups and innovators who are deterred by bureaucratic hurdles elsewhere, right? So when it comes to a compliance point of view, we really want to do on a voluntary level, right? When we start things out. And we want to do this because we want to build trust and legitimacy. Because when you're starting a country from start, you really got to start somewhere. So essentially, Liberland aligns itself with international standards, especially when it comes to anti-money laundering and KYC, despite our smaller status as a state. But this proactive compliance helps us foster partnerships and avoid legal conflicts. We want to build trust on the international stage. So there's a kind of a balance that we need to do. And really also, it comes with smart governance. So when you are essentially starting a country from scratch, it is a very large undertaking, right? So we want to do smart governance, right? So we do that by leveraging blockchain and smart contracts. So essentially what we kind of do is Liberland automates, let's say, a regulatory process of tax collection, land registries, business formation. And so this ensures transparency and efficiency while reducing administrator overload, right? When it comes to innovation in our ecosystem, we really have a niche focus and a interesting perspective when it comes to sandbox environment, okay? So we have a tech-centric priority, right? So Liberland wants to use cutting edge technology like blockchain, cryptocurrency, AI, and decentralized governance, which we'll say DAO. And we want to position ourselves as a hub, not only for like digital nomads and remote workers, but essentially people who want to find one of the freest countries to work in, right? So in this sense, we have a very innovative sandbox. Okay, so our nation offers a regulatory sandbox where entrepreneurs can test disruptive technologies natively on our blockchain using DeFi, tokenized assets without traditional constraints. And so in this way, we can foster experimentation while monitoring risks on our own blockchain. So when I say our blockchain, I'm really talking about our decentralized infrastructure. So essentially, we have our own blockchain, and it's a decentralized system. Liberland explores blockchain-based governance models, enables community-driven decision-making, and tokenize participation. So essentially, you use your tokens in a voting way, in a meritocracy type of way. And really, sorry.
So it's been very interesting to hear. Yeah, excellent.
Yeah, cut me off whenever. I mean, I can.
No, please.
We
we're learning so much.
Watch the time, but we want everyone to have full discussion.
For sure. I'll save some more for later then. Thank you.
No, absolutely. No, I think that's very interesting what Liberland has done. And, I think being a micronation within a nation and inside of Europe as a whole, especially with the direction that Mika and other regulatory frameworks are being developed around the progression of technology within the digital asset space, I think, you were doing an excellent job in how to take that approach going forward. And so we'll definitely love to hear some more about that. Maybe turning it a bit more towards our sister island, the Cayman Islands. It's a sister island to Bermuda. Let's put this one up for Charlie. How has the Cayman Enterprise City Special Economic Zone model evolved to address the growing demand for blockchain and fintech companies? And what unique advantages does it offer to attract and retain these innovative businesses in an increasingly competitive global landscape?
And well, taking the first part of the question first. One of the things that on a fundamental level that we've had to do to address the growing demand has been to add additional available office space. So our project, in addition to, what we do is, in addition to attracting businesses to come here, we provide them with business licensing and physical office space. So business licensing services and physical office space. So given that we, at last estimate, somewhere in the range of 120 to 150 blockchain and virtual asset focused companies, and the fact that the space is growing, seemingly every day, we've had to add that additional space to accommodate the growth. And needless to say, that's a very happy situation for us as we continue to grow the sector here in Cayman. Other things that we've had to do, well, we haven't had to do it. We've offered this all along, but people find it very useful, especially when they're first coming to the island, to set up their company. The flexibility that we offer to our clients in enabling them to begin with a small footprint, if that's what they need to begin with, and then offer them the flexibility to add their additional space on a component basis. And what I mean by that is we don't require people to take space that they don't need today, or to pay for people that they might employ at some point in the future. If someone comes to us and says, we think we may have 10 people, we think we may have 15 people in Cayman in 2 years, but we're going to start with 2. We start them out with a 2-person solution, with the ability to add as they go, on a component basis. But the most important thing that we've done has been to build a community here. So we host over 150 events per year. Some of them are, simple networking, kind of coffee morning type events. Some of them are more formal, kind of tech talks and fin talks focused on, panel discussions focused on a particular topic. And given that we have such great, expertise and, some of the leading projects, global projects are present here. We take advantage of the knowledge sharing and offer people the networking opportunity to engage with some of the leading minds in the space. And the other things that we do include, we have an entity called the Cayman Islands Virtual Asset Society, and that is and the Cayman Islands Computer Science Society. Each of them, we have the latter, focuses on, amongst other things, blockchain development, and the Virtual Asset Society focuses on things like engaging with the international community, engaging with the local community, engaging with the regulator, and engaging with government.
Oh, wow. Excellent. That's very impressive, especially with the virtual component within digital asset space should be kind of a guiding post for how governments and different entities should actually progress forward within the in the industry. I know you mentioned you have a lot of expertise on the island that those who are interested in coming to Cayman have to rely on. And so maybe this is a good pivot to talk to John very quickly and hear what he has to say. And I'll ask this question, John. What key infrastructure investments and regulations has the Cayman Islands made to support its blockchain-focused economic zone? And how have these regulations facilitated innovation in Cayman?
Sure, thank you. The infrastructure here in the Cayman Islands is excellent across the board. Physically, we're often compared to Miami, seen as a gold standard leading offshore jurisdiction. We have the highest standard of living in the Caribbean. We have first-class hospitals, schools, dining, sporting, leisure activities. Financial center, infrastructure-wise, it's also excellent here with world-class lawyers, accountants, administrators, and doctors. We often work on complex and innovative matters, including within the digital asset space. Legal and regulatory infrastructure here. We have a pro-business government who works closely with the private sector to implement appropriate legal and regulatory environment, allowing businesses to flourish. Specifically, in 2020, the Virtual Asset Service Provider Act was passed. This act, the VASP Act, regulates vast businesses in the Cayman Islands. The Cayman Islands Monetary Authority, known as SEMA, is the main regulator here who oversees regulated activities in this sector. SEMA has created a specific VASP unit who oversees VASP entities and have also published a number of VASP regulatory rules, procedures, and statements of guidance to help these entities in their operations. Under the VASP regime, as with most regulators around the world, they seek to protect the investors. There's also audit, compliance, and reporting obligations placed upon VASP entities who are regulated by SEMA. Anti-money laundering obligations were also specifically amended to include VASP entities with travel rules, which include identification and record-keeping requirements relating to the transfer of virtual assets. So on top of these innovations, as Charlie has said, there's Cayman Enterprise City, which has Cayman Tech City, which is a hub for finance and blockchain technologies. And with a number of clients moving here who need real physical presence in the Cayman Islands, we often work closely with Charlie and his team at CEC, as well as the Cayman Islands Monetary Authority, to set up and operate these entities.
Oh, excellent. That is is very innovative and combining the actual need for the physical presence within the islands, which I think, especially with how COVID has kind of shifted a lot of the mindset and has predominated the idea of remote work, I think is to that great advantage to do so. So the excellent avenue that I think Cayman is taking in that regard. Kind of swerving and keeping it within the, and Christian, I'm sorry, probably comes to you last, but we're going to keep it in the Caribbean for now, because I think Puerto Rico is one of the more up and coming jurisdictions that has kind of exploded onto the scene as well. And I'm going to ask a nice question for you, Rock, here regarding Puerto Rico in that stance. Puerto Rico is considered an economic zone because of its tax incentives and the regulatory framework that is developed. So, what specific tax incentive and framework has Puerto Rico implemented to attract blockchain companies to the economic zone, and how have these incentives balance innovation and compliance requirements?
So, the incentives are not targeting particularly blockchain. There's a program, Act 60, which has a lot of different sub programs within it that can be used. The general theme is export, so export of services and goods. And so as a blockchain company, if you're exporting a service and your company is located in Puerto Rico, then you're eligible for 0% capital gains, 0% taxes on interest, and 4% income tax on your business for the services or goods that you're exporting. And there's some other like caveats there. It doesn't necessarily need to be, I think, explicitly export, as in, so I asked, for example, with Airbnb, if you want to have an Airbnb business here, and a lot of the guests are foreigners or US citizens or anyone coming here, does that qualify? And I was told that would. So I thought that was kind of interesting. But yeah, the general idea is you come live here in Puerto Rico, you contribute to the economy here, you hire Puerto Ricans, you become a Puerto Rican. I guess you could say I'm a bona fide Puerto Rican guy now. Yeah, so
is the Spanish fluent yet?
Working on it every day, working on it. Yeah, I mean, I'm part Spanish, so I maybe it was meant for me to come here because the Puerto Ricans are essentially Spanish, Native American, and some African American, and I'm Spanish and Native American, among other things. But yeah, it's paradise. Cindy and I came and checked it out for a bit. She was worried coming from Los Angeles that this would be, a third world country or something. We'd heard weird stories. You hear Trump saying funny things like, Trump says things that it was whatever, garbage heap or something. He didn't, maybe not those words, but it's definitely not. It's a paradise, and it's a tax paradise. So I highly recommend people look into it. I've only been here for 4 months, and I've already convinced a bunch of people to come move here. So Albert from Bitcoin Startup Labs has just moved here after me. I was convinced by Michael Turpin, who was he's a founder of BitAngels and he invested in Ethereum ICO, did the PR for Ethereum ICO. He ran the ICO for Mastercoin, the first ever token launch in 2013. And him and Brock Pierce, who I've known for decades, are here. And it's kind of a domino effect. Once people come, they tell their friends about it. Friends come visit, and they're like, this is amazing. It's really too good to be true. In America, you don't have a lot of tax options. Well, you do, but and I bet a lot of people here on the stage would probably push back on me on that one. But for me, as a normal guy, not a tax expert, and someone who's never really known how to navigate taxes, all of the things that people brought to me, offshore entities and all these, there was so many things that they felt some of them felt like very gray area. And I was worried to try these things. But when I found out about Puerto Rico, I don't have to renounce citizenship. I didn't want to renounce citizenship because I plan on going into politics. And so finding that you can just move here to Puerto Rico and it's literally paradise, and you get all these tax incentives and 0 capital gains, 4% corporate income. It's incredible.
Excellent. Wonderful. I mean, it sounds like you're taking very much to Puerto Rico. It's a very beautiful place. I've been there a few times. I have not moved there. I'm still in my paradise called Bermuda. So, but I appreciate Cayman and Puerto Rico and all the other Caribbean islands, because I think each one has a unique individualistic style. A little bit of the shift from the Caribbean, we're going to go back to Europe now, and we're going to talk to Christian. You're last but not least, and thank you for being patient. The question proposed here will be, how are European economic zones and other locations ensuring equitable access to blockchain opportunities for local startups alongside larger international firms? And what strategies have been most effective in fostering a diverse ecosystem?
Thank you. And this has turned out to be a very Caribbean panel for sure. about Europe, their use of special economic zones, especially after the Soviet era, as was very positive. Like it really enabled some of like the more of the Eastern countries to ramp up their production. And nowadays, you also have very interesting lessons out of sandboxes that have been discussed previously as well. Very good experiences in the United Kingdom and Switzerland, of course. So there's very interesting things happening, but thinking about how using these zones for, let's say, a more equitable access to blockchain-based solutions, I would say that we're seeing the most innovative practices outside of Europe, right? In the sense that using special economic zones they're essentially tools for a host country to address some of the challenges that they already have and improve some conditions locally. May it be legal stability, rule of law, financial restrictions, right, as it happens in certain countries like Argentina. So having this types of special economic zones allows you to stay or become competitive, address some of those challenges which are a bit harder to address on a macro level, and just hit the ground running. A lot of the experience from us here in Prospera, which is it's also right in the Caribbean and in the island of Roatan in Honduras, is that you can start innovating within a controlled environment, right? Granting people access to new technologies, to new solutions, without having to disrupt the bigger picture. And in that sense, I find a lot of inspiration as well from the work being done in the Cayman Islands, right, with the Enterprise City. And in the long term, right, if these zones are successful, if these zones are able to implement good practices that serve for investors, for startups, for the consumers, hopefully these lessons will also pass through the ordinary regime, right, to the rest of the host country. So definitely very interesting. I would say one of the most interesting things is, of course, the tax treatment, right? For it to make sense for blockchain-based solutions to have either no capital gains taxes, we have no capital gains taxes in Prospera, or something that's friendly, that makes sense, and also some level of regulatory recognition. I would think it's desirable, especially in these jurisdictions that are still growing, because I would say it's cultural, right? Sometimes you're in the U.S. and something is not regulated, and because it's not regulated, you say, "All right, let's get into it," right? Let's build something. But in other places, when something is not regulated and you don't have like legal clarity around it, people try to stay out of it, right? To try to stay conservative. So some level of recognition, not of a regulation, I think it's good.
Excellent. Well, wonderful. I mean, greatly appreciate that overview, as we've seen that there are a lot of capabilities for the leaner, more smaller individualized companies that want to kind of integrate and grow into this industry. And it's good to see that they have options and opportunities around the world. As you can see how every jurisdiction is kind of adopting different strategies to not only encourage the business growth, but also encourage business development even within their own jurisdictions and even in external jurisdictions. So that's very excellent
Anthony,
to see.
Can I jump in there on what Christian was saying?
Yes, please.
I like we're talking about sandboxes and economic zones and SROs. So, a lot of us might look at these economic zones as a place to have favorable conditions for our businesses. Another way to look at them is that these are testing grounds, like Christian mentioned. So, if you can have a country like, let's see, I think, let me think of a good example. Dubai. So Dubai had some economic zones where you could have foreign ownership as long as you had. So in most of Dubai, or previously, you had to have like a patron, kind of like in China, you have to have half ownership by someone from China. So Dubai had similar things, but they had some economic zones that allowed people, foreigners, to own stuff, own businesses. And after so many years, they saw that that was actually working. There was not a lot of negative repercussions. It was net positive. And so they decided to open up the entirety of Dubai to that. I don't know all the exact details, but that's the general idea. And then another way I would look at it is some of these economic zones, you know, these experiments, I think libertarianism in itself is an experiment that it's contagious. Capitalism was contagious, right? And I think Argentina is a really fun place to look because you see what's happening there now, and it's like its own kind of economic zone for the world. And if this works well, and if Doge in America works well, I think we may see a lot of countries moving to the libertarian side a bit and going back to free market capitalism, because the way I see it, we had this period where people realized capitalism was a good thing, free markets were a good thing, and big government was a bad thing. But over time, for some reason, I think as countries gain prosperity, first they're real gritty and rugged, and they fight hard to have economic growth, and you know, the government kind of stays out of the way, or they at least start to move out of the way when they see the benefits. But then as you get prosperity, then you start, you know, the socialism bug steps in, and you start thinking, well, maybe we could have a little bit of socialism, it'll be okay. But I think we've gone too far as an entire like civilization, not just America, but I see America moving towards socialism, and places like China moving away from like real socialism and communism and towards capitalism. And now their trajectory is upwards, and America's trajectory has been either downwards or slowed upwards growth. And so I'm really excited that all these countries in the world that are experimenting with this, and sometimes it just starts with that little economic zone, then spreads to the whole country, and then hopefully spreads to the whole world.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there is a note there for an ebb and flow, and I think market economies are usually cyclical in operation and how they come about. And as you stated, having these economic zones is a good starting point to see how they can expand out further. I think countries very well in that operations will see the benefits as it progresses going forward. So thank you very much for that point on that, Rock.
I want to interrupt for a second before we actually go to our end note. Anthony, I would like you to share a little bit about Bermuda and what Bermuda is doing, because again, they have been a very forward-thinking community as well. So why don't you share before we actually wrap up our panel?
Oh, thank you, Jackie. Sure, absolutely. Yes, Bermuda has been in the space since 2017, 2018, very much forward operating in the idea and the vision that we've seen how technology is going to be, it is a key cornerstone in development today, and it's going to be there going into the future. And so we decided to look at it through the regulatory frame, and we decided to set one up in allows companies clear definitions, that clarity that they seek in order to find a jurisdiction to keenly operate in without worries for what they may look like in the future. We've kind of seen the parallel with the United States, where the uncertainty there has kind of seen businesses shift away from the US and go into different jurisdictions because of the clarity that they do offer. Bermuda being one of them, you know, and of course on this panel, as we've seen here, you know, Puerto Rico and Cayman and Liberland, these jurisdictions that understand that there is this market that we can go into and that we can thrive in. And so Bermuda is very much a part of that. We have different sandbox regulatory avenues, allows companies to get a test license, and they get a modified license or a full license. And this allows them to actually test out their product and their services in a controlled environment, and then grow it from there as necessary. And so regulations is very keen to this, and I take to the point that Charlie made with SEMA. We have the Bermuda Monetary Authority in Bermuda, which is our primary regulator. And the one thing they want to ensure is protecting the reputation and security of Bermuda, along with the stakeholders and those invested in the economy, but also wants to protect the industry as a whole, as we've seen in certain jurisdictions with FTX, and that the catastrophe that did bring to the industry, and it could have really created a massive reduction in the industry. We want to ensure that the industry only has an upward trajectory and goes forward. And so between the regulatory framework that we've set out, along with private partners that we work with, the legal teams we work with at home, and of course our partners that we work with globally, it's just not just siloed. We do work with regulators in the U.S. I know our legal teams have conversation with their legal teams in other jurisdictions, because sharing information and sharing ideas allows the industry itself to grow and expand, and you know, not go into a negative direction, let's put it that way. And so Bermuda wants to make sure that we're always at that table and we're always a part of the solution.
Understood.
So, thank you,
Yeah, sure. No, I appreciate everything that that everyone on this panel is doing to bring forward the innovation as well as the business side, as well as support the regulators so they can have smart regulation if regulation should happen. So I am going to unfortunately ask that you leave the stage. We are about to. It's amazing to me that 4 or 5 hours have passed with such rich discussion. And I cannot wait for our EndNote speaker. And so we are going to have you exit, and we are going to bring on our EndNote, Anthony Diaz.
Yep.
We're going to have a conversation on what is held in the future. So
thank you all for being here late on a Friday. We appreciate it.
We definitely.
Thank you, guys.
Cheers.
Excellent panel.
Thank you, everyone.
I just want to say thanks to all you guys, for anyone involved in this and anyone watching, that these economic sandboxes, regulatory zones, they're important for keeping the countries of the world in check. Because if we didn't have these kind of areas and didn't have this jurisdictional and regulatory arbitrage, countries around the world would become too overbearing because there would be nowhere to escape to. So I just want to say thanks to the countries that do these things, the people involved in these things. It's important for keeping the whole world competitive and making it so that we don't have one world order where we're all taxed 80%. All right, guys.
Nice time, Rob.
So we have had such a diverse group of individuals, from those within the government, those who are representing entrepreneurs, those who are entrepreneurs themselves. And we are extremely excited to have you, Anthony, as the EndNote. I know that you've been in this space, both as a business person as well as an innovator, for decades, and you've seen a lot of change that's happened in this space. I know you've been listening to the conversations, and I'd like to, for you to kind of tell us about your journey in growing a blockchain-based financial service business, based both in Japan as well as what you've had to experience around the world, because we are actually, it's a global summit, and you've experienced everything.
Yeah, the panels were amazing, different perspectives from around the world. And, Lonnie emphasized how we started here in Japan. And for those of you guys that didn't know, I didn't anticipate getting into the blockchain space. I just want that to be 100% clear. We're in the health and nutrition space. And because we're Americans, we're from California. And because we're Americans, we came to Japan and saw an opportunity that was wide open that nobody was looking at. And we capitalized on it with our health and nutrition products. And because we dominated and we were the fastest growing company of its kind in Japan, all the other Asian countries wanted our products. So we organically grew. So we have offices in the Philippines, Indonesia, Thailand, Hong Kong, am I missing place? Taiwan. And so, and it grew organically because of that. And when we were introduced to Bitcoin, I saw Bitcoin early on. I read the white paper, and then Mt. Gox was the first international recognized exchange in the world. And it came here in 2011, and we got involved in that. And I said, wow, this is something we want to implement into our business. It wasn't something that I wanted to do. I didn't even know anything about blockchain, but I read the peer-to-peer, and I said, this is the future. And so we tried to implement that into our business, and it was extremely difficult with the wallets and the long addresses, and trying to get the regular people out there to understand this technology was really, really difficult. So the traders, what they tried to do is they did a pilot program here in Japan, and they went to Starbucks. I believe this was like 2014 or 15. They went to Starbucks and they said, oh, look, this is the new payment system. Let's go try it. And 45 minutes later, the coffee's cold and the transaction fee was $20. So it just blew everything out of the way. It was like, well, this is not working. So what we did was I read the white paper really intensely, and I said, I'm not a developer, but why can't we create something like this that caters to what we need in our business? And so that was the birth of Rio. And that's why we have been, as Lonnie mentioned, we have been working with the regulators in the Ministry of Health, and we just duplicated exactly what we're doing, what we did over there here. And we said, let's just do the same thing over here with the regulators. And it's been working. And I noticed that there's a lot of people talking about the sandbox, and I don't like to restrict myself to such a small space. By the way, when I was a kid, I always lost a lot of things in the sandbox. So I look at Japan as the whole country as a sandbox, and we get to play in this sandbox, and we get to, as Hiro mentioned, with our exchange called CoinHub, he's the representative director. Hiro took a very controversial, I couldn't believe he said that on the call, but we do feel this way. I'm not a regulator, and I'm not a developer. What I am is a marketer. And I think that, Jackie, when we met at BFC, you saw me on the stage. What I said is too many developers are talking about how great their technology is, but they're not addressing it, how to get it to grandma and grandpa. How do we use that? How do we get the blockchain technology that Bitcoin promised to be able to get it down to like using a credit card? Whenever we use a credit card, we don't think about, I want to make sure that this thing is, who's operating in the back end. We don't know. We just use the Visa and MasterCard rail. And I said, we need to approach this from consumer first and let the technology lead to where the consumer's at, instead of creating this awesome technology and trying to force it down people's throat on why it's going to work. And so that's why we've been very successful, because we've been doing seminars all over Japan and educating people on why this technology is important and why they need to, and how they're going to be able to onboard it in simple verticals that they're familiar with, like ATMs. They're prevalent all over Japan. So we're launching an ATM network. We bought an exchange. I don't like being beholden and kiss the ring of an exchange to please let me list on your exchange. I said, what? I'm not going to do that. We're buying our own exchange. So we're going to dictate our own future. So we bought the exchange not to compete with the other exchanges. We bought our exchange because it had a crypto ATM license tied to it. So it was actually our exchange license it's like the grandchild of Mt. Gox. So it was Mt. Gox, and when Mt. Gox closed down in 2014, it became OK Gox, and then OK Gox became BitOcean, and then we acquired that only because I saw, this is the on and off ramp for day-to-day use with crypto, and we got that license. And I didn't want to get into the exchange business because I said, look, let all those guys go out and dig for gold. We're going to sell the shovels. And so that's what we are. We're just the intermediary between the exchanges and the consumer. And we're like eBay, there's the buyer, there's the seller, and we go between and we get a transaction fee. And that is the way I believe, in order for us to make blockchain, accepted crypto for the masses, you really got to break it down to that level. And we have successfully, and we're constantly running into roadblocks. But we have to educate the regulators, and we go back and say, here's what we're going to do. There's a lot, we say in America, it's better to ask for forgiveness than ask for permission. And so that's the approach I take. I always go out there and I just go, let's just try it, man, and figure it out. And then I have Hiro and our legal team. You guys figure it out. I'm going this way. You guys figure it out and make sure that, and let them know that this is what we're doing. And if there's any issues, we'll slow down, back off, and take a different direction. In Japan, what's so unique is, the Japanese culture in total, they can't say no. So the Japanese people never say no. They always say, well, think about it. Oh, interesting. When you're in a negotiation, which means no, but with the FSA, we have never got that. With the FSA, they look at our business plan, they look at what we're doing. The JVCA, we collaborate, and they go, continue. And that's a great sign, because they're looking at us as a working sandbox. We're kind of like the guinea pigs, and we're going out there and doing it from a consumer perspective. So we want to. There's PayPal here. There's PayPay, which is SoftBank's biggest payment system here. There's Passmo, there's Suica. These are all digital payment systems. And those systems are centralized. I said, we're just going to be another one of those payment systems, you know, but we're just the back end just happens to be blockchain. That's it. But in the front end, we are not going to talk about that technology. We're just going to talk about the transparency, the convenience of using the technology. And so that's what leads us here.
Yeah, no, I understand that. And you brought up a lot of points here that I want to kind of ask about. So you were talking about the development, you know, of the business, and you also spoke about the regulation within Japan. What's driven you first? I mean, is it knowing the regulations that exist in Japan and then you frame it? Or as you have mentioned, you frame the product and the service, and then you go over to the regulation side. I've heard that there's a parallel path here. And again, with the various panels, different people have talked about different approaches. So working within the Japanese system or other communities, which way are you approaching this? The regulation?
I'm kind of like 2 steps ahead of regulation. So we work in tandem, but I'm 2 steps ahead. And I always try to stay ahead, and because I don't want the competition to know what we're doing. I want to make sure we're ahead of the game. And so far we're way ahead of the game because everybody has different silos on how they think. What we have done is we've created we're launching the Global Mall, which is an e-commerce platform that's crypto centric. You're going to be able to buy and sell using crypto, whether it's stable coins or whatever the other coins that we have here in Japan that are approved. And then we have a Life Wallet, which we have our own super app. That's not only just a digital asset wallet, a crypto wallet, but you're going to be able to I can send Matt, for example, a Bitcoin through text without having the long address. And I always get afraid whenever I do a Bitcoin transaction. I always make sure, because I'm so paranoid that if I did one thing off, Matt's going to get that Bitcoin that I didn't want to send to Matt. I wanted to send to you, and I messed up. You see what I mean? And so now we're in the back end, we're tying it to email. I mean, to text, so I can text it to you. And this app is also going to be able to play movies, download messaging. And stocks, bonds, commodities. That's on phase 2. So that's launching. Actually, the app we just got approved by Apple. It was an arduous approval process. It took like 4 months for them to go through. At first, when they first saw that it was just a messaging app, they said, "Oh, okay, we're going to get you approved." Back, and then in December they said, "We have a little problem." And then by Christmas they said, "Oh, okay, we're going to get you approved." Then they found out how deep our stack was on the wallet, and they said, "Okay, we're going to have to go through that real deeply and make sure that we're compliant to offer it in the App Store." We finally got approval. We're on there. Unfortunately, it's not for the world yet. We're doing it in Japan. We're launching it in Japan. You can go to the App Store and see the Life Wallet, but it's in Japan. And then we're going to roll it out once we launch it in Japan successfully, because again, Japan is the incubator. We're going to test it here. And just like we did with the nutritional products I'm as an American, I know this may sound a little crude, but I say you kill the shogun, you win the war. So Japan is the shogun of Asia. So when you kill it here, our system is going to be adopted in all the areas we are in our nutritional business. And so and then on top of that, we got the crypto ATM network that kind of ties the whole ecosystem together. So people are going to be able to go on the wallet. They're going to be able to go to the ATM network. And this is not like an ATM in America. This is an in and out ATM. Cash in, cash out. And that ATM in the future, we're selling the shovels. Rather than compete with Bitflyer and Coincheck and all the other big exchanges here, we're going to host them on our ATM network and get a fee by the transactions they're doing, like eBay. So that's it in a nutshell.
No, so you mentioned the fact that you will trial the various services and products in Japan and then roll them out. So when you're rolling them out, and again, this was discussed on the various panels, do you anticipate that the rollout to the other communities and countries are going to be smoother because of the fact that they've been approved in Japan? Or like in Europe, will you have to go through other hoops because of the fact that they have regulations there? So, again, this is the experience of a lot of entrepreneurs. They might develop in one country, and then when they cross borders, they're finding that they have to look at other ways to kind of be compliant. So what's happening with you when you go to trial the product in Japan and then roll it out? What's been your experience?
I think what's going to happen, and what's already happening, is we're looking at the Philippines. We're getting a lot of traction in the Philippines, and that's one of the hottest growing crypto markets in the world right now. And the reason why is because they saw that we were jumping over these extreme hurdles in Japan. And so it's going to be a cakewalk over there. And now that Trump's in office, whether the audience loves Trump or hates him, I love him because what he's doing with the crypto space. And we feel that once we lock it here in Japan, we will have a major play into America. And then once you have a major play into America, you get the world. And that's the play.
So if you were to give advice to entrepreneurs that are starting out in this space, and if they might not have access to a community like Japan, what would you give them advice? What tidbits have you learned in the last few years?
I think that in the blockchain space, the problem that we face, and I see it every day still now, is that we live in a little echo chamber where developers just talk to each other and develop apps to cater to this echo chamber. And so like in Japan, for example, as Hiro mentioned, there's 11 million registered accounts across all exchanges, for people that are trading crypto. There's only 500,000 to 750,000 active users of those 11 million accounts. And when you think about that, you go, and Japan has 123 million people. And even if those 11 million were active, dude, you're missing out on 90% of the population that's not in the exchanges. And we want to address those people. Yes, we're going to get the traders because they're going to see our user interface and see how simple it is, and I'll say, oh my God, how come nobody's doing this? But we want to get mom and pops. I want to be able to, we have a running joke here in our office. I said, it has to be rice ball friendly. We need to be able to go to the convenience store and go beep, beep with our RealPay. We're launching a stable coin here. We have Real Coin. For those of you guys that are interested, realcoin.com. We have Real Coin. And then we have RealPay that's going to be a stabilized unit where you're just going to be able to go beep, beep, grab your rice ball and go. If we can't get it down to that level, there's no point in all the technology that's behind it. And I think that's the missing point. The elephant in the room is that everybody, the developers need to develop, but they don't lead. The lead needs to be marketing. Marketing needs to lead. Like Red Bull. Red Bull was in a lot of Americans don't know. Red Bull was invented in Thailand, and it wasn't until somebody came in from Europe and saw Red Bull and said, "That's a great product. We need to market it," and they market it to the masses, and hence, Red Bull is number one energy drink in the world. So we are marketers. So that's what we're leading with. Marketing. We hire the best developers behind us to make sure that the vision of our marketing and our reach is met. And I think in doing that, I believe that we're going to be able to dominate around the world with our projects. And we're also, by the way, I know I'm doing an elevator pitch here. We're also launching Real-chan is a meme token. As you guys know, the meme token craze went crazy with the Trump coin and everything else, but the market has crashed. Why? There's no utility in the coins. And I always looked at that. And I look at holes in things. Whenever I look at the market, I don't look at how great things are. I look at the holes that are missing. How come nobody's doing that? And so I said, we need to create a meme token, which is called Real-chan, at realchan.com. And we need to create a meme token that has utility. And our meme token is a smart contract analysis meme token, and it does AI portfolio management. So you're going to be able to use this Real-chan token and do those things within that ecosystem. But most importantly, you're going to be able to take that over into the Life Wallet, the Global Mall, and the ATM network. And it's going to be all tied together. So again, utility to the masses.
One of the things I do want to mention is that our October summit Our October Global Summit is all about consumers, both about products and services as well as protection areas. So we are going to be exploring the various products and services that you've shared. But the other thing that you've shared, which is fascinating to me, is the diversity of the products and services and how the regulators, your company being an example, Rio being an example, is innovating so fast, and how difficult it's going to be for regulators to keep up with the businesses and the creativity. And so, again, that's why we held the summit about sandboxes, SROs, and economic zones, because each model, whether you call it a sandbox or an SRO or an economic zone, is trying to solve the problem of how do we support the entrepreneur and the enterprise. At the same time, how do we keep everyone compliant with the laws? And where's the balance? And so, again, with what, you've been explaining with Rio, it's a huge vision. And it's not a vision that is limited to one part. It's a whole ecosystem. So this is the challenge that I think that our regulators are going to be having, is looking at this innovation and keeping up with it. Matt, I don't know if there's any last question that you want to ask, for today's summit, because we have covered a lot. And I know, Anthony, you and Lonnie, we're going to be doing other talk shows to talk about, what we see around the world. But any last minute question that you would like to ask?
Oh, cool. Well, first of all, I'd like to just say, big thank yous to the visionary team at Rio for being a part of this, and also the success of the business and what you're doing in that community is definitely an inspiration. So we're happy that that story was shared a bit. And also we have people from all over the world. It's the end of the day, Friday. Anthony, we're really blessed to have you.
Matt, it's 6:30 in the morning for me. I've been up all night waiting.
That's the level of dedication that it's going to take for us all to see, I think, the future that we want. So we had the right people here today. And yeah, I guess, Anthony, tell us maybe just what inspires you. What do you think is fun about the year 2025? Where do you see us going? And we'll end it there.
I think, I just wanted to cap, and I'll answer that. I wanted to answer what Jacqueline said about the regulators. The problem with regulators, and again, I'm on the other side of the fence. I need regulators. They're a necessary evil to me. They're like lawyers. Hero's my attorney. Hiroshi's my attorney. Necessary evil. And but the regulators, the problem with the regulators, they come from the old guard. And this technology is moving so fast that when you bring them this technology, they can't understand. This is why it was so refreshing to see David Sachs come on board as the crypto czar, because he's bringing a whole different perspective that the bureaucrats don't understand. And he's going to try to teach these bureaucrats, this is the way. God, he's going directly to the top, which is amazing. That's what needs to happen around the world. No matter how much everyone's talking about the sandbox and we're going to do this and mass adoption, if we don't get the regulators to understand that this thing is, and understand that the pace and speed of this technology, it's never going to move. And that's the problem. And what we're here in Japan, I tell you, it's like gnashing teeth for me when I deal with these regulators, because and I'm not a spring chicken, you guys. I'm 61 years old, so I'm kind of long in the tooth already, but I'm not old like they think. And these guys are in their 50s and 40s. I'm like, dude, you guys are like ancient. You guys are like Jurassic Park. You can't get out of your old way of thinking. This new technology is transforming so quickly. And that's why the SRO, that Hiro said, the self-regulatory organizations like the JVCEA, it's very necessary in all countries, I believe, because those are the people that have boots on the ground, that understand what's going on, and they can educate the regulators and let us entrepreneurs keep moving forward and being pioneers and go to where we need to go. So, and Matt, your question was, what was your question again, Matt?
Just something you might see inspiring for the year 2025. Where do you think we're going?
I think 2025, I believe I've been predicting this. I believe that we're going to see a major shift in the crypto market. I believe a lot of the altcoins, I'm old enough to know when I got burned during the .com craze, And right now, what I see with everybody launching the meme coins and all the altcoins and everyone's launching, it's kind of like the .com. Remember the sock.com and pet.com and that everyone, anybody that put a .com, everyone was throwing money at it. I think those days are gonna. I think this year you're gonna see a lot of cleansing in the market, which is needed. There's going to be a lot of culling, and we need it because we need the actual companies that are here for the people to make impactful change around the world to flourish and get rid of all the crap that the weeds that are choking them out. And until we get there, Matt, I think that the scams, I see like in Dubai, the regulatory compliance in Dubai is great. It is. It really is. But because it's so lax and so great and so easy, it also fosters scams. There's a lot of scams, and Japan's watching that. The regulators are watching Dubai, and they're like, no, we're not going to do Dubai. I'll give you an example real quick. FTX collapsed all around the world, right? They opened up, FTX acquired a company here called Liquid Japan. It was an exchange, and FTX bought it over. And then they brought their clients over to FTX. The United States government came in after that whole debacle collapsed. They came in and they tried to seize the money over here in FTX Japan. And Japan goes, you're not touching this money. This belongs to our people, and we're going to cut it off from you guys. We don't care about what's happening with FTX Global. We need to protect our own. And see, that's why I love working with the JVCA and Japan, because it allows us a little bit more latitude and a little bit more freedom to take risks. And I think that I don't think that mass adoption is going to happen this year, but I think this year is going to be an inflection point to get there. I think in the next 5 years, the landscape that we see right now with the advent of AI coming on board, it's going to, we are in the Stone Age today, and we think we're so far out, but I'm like, dude, in the next 2 years, it's going to dwarf what happened the last 10 years with AI. And so we need to keep up with that. And that's what we're addressing that with my developers to make sure that we're on the forefront of that in light of the regulations here in Japan, to make sure that we can capitalize on that, not just for our project, but hopefully set example to the world. And, Jackie and I really hit it off at BFC because I saw what she was doing. And I said, wow, BLI is exactly what we're doing over here with the JVCEA. Remember, Jackie? And we hit it off. And I said, we need to bring some of the ideas that's working here in Japan and see if we can create that kind of framework in America. Being an American, I want to go back and play in America sandbox. I don't want to just stay in Japan. I want to go global. And America is going to be our next major stop soon as we kill the Shogun here. And that's that's what I see. I really see that. I appreciate all the panelists. My gosh, I learned so much from different parts of the country. And what it did is it validated what we were doing.
Exactly.
When I saw what everyone's doing, it validated what we're doing. I was like, yes, we're still on track. And hopefully we'll get over there, Matt, and we'll be able to use RealPay, our stable coin, to rent your exotic cars over there in Vegas.
We have a bright future, I think, with Rio and in the United States. More to come on that for sure.
Yeah, our goal, you guys, just like the five fiats out there, there's United States dollar, Japanese yen, Chinese RMB, the euro, and the British pound. Those are the five fiats that are very powerful. Our goal is to be one of the top five like that, to represent Japan. We want to represent Japan's Bitcoin. That's why RealCoin is Japan's Bitcoin, the way the white paper was supposed to be with the peer-to-peer. And we're trying to make that become a reality. And I think we're doing a pretty good job so far.
And we're going to be exploring more of that over this next year with the different talk shows that we're going to be doing. So we really appreciate you being the endnote. We appreciate Lonnie being our keynote. And I think that, on this note of what you've just shared, we are going to end our global summit for March 21st, 2025. Everyone who's on right now, definitely register for the October 23rd, 25 event, because it will definitely be have equal amount of panels talking about consumers, consumer protection, products and services that you want to know about. So everyone,
I'm going to beg you, Jack, to host it. You and Matt will be here in Japan, and you guys will have to host it here out of Tokyo.
we'll talk about that. That means it'll be on your time.
Exactly. You're gonna suffer like I did. That's why.
Okay, fair deal, fair deal. All right, so for everyone, thank you so much for being on. And I know that we have a short commercial that we're going to play as our end note for our summit. And thank you, everyone. We look forward to seeing you in October, possibly in Japan.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you, Matt.
Cheers.